All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. If everyone could quiet down a little bit, we're going to do, first we'll call the roll if you would, Paula.
Board Member Neve,
Here.
Board Member Belta,
Here.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes, here. I'm sorry.
Board Member Weil,
Louis, are you there? Not hearing him. Louis, if you're hearing me, unmute.
Let me see if I can.
So he's
Yeah, we
elected,
gotta hear him.
he's in the Zoom, we do have to hear him, yeah. Perfect, thank you, board member.
I'm sorry? Yeah, we need to wait because we're going to do the new chair and chair pro tem, and we need all 5 participants.
Recording in progress.
Let me know if you respond.
I'm calling him. Yeah. No answer.
Sorry, you guys there?
Ah, Louis has arrived. Good for you, Louis.
Apologies.
Can you hear us?
I thought I had one more minute, but my bad.
Okay, is there any members of the public in your vicinity?
No.
Okay, let's call the roll.
okay. Board Member Neve,
Here.
Board Member Belta,
Here.
Board Member Coveney,
Here.
Board Member Weil,
Yes, here.
Chair Gibbs.
Here. All right, we'll do the pledge and then we'll elect officers.
Yeah. It works.
You can start.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so the first order of business is election of officers, so I open it up to the board for discussion.
Chair Gibbs, do you want to open up the meeting first or like go through the procedures or just go straight into this?
Yeah, let's go right into that because I think going into the procedures should be part of the conduct of the meeting of the new chair.
Then I'd like to nominate Emir Bauta as the chair.
Any discussion?
No. Oh.
I'd like to nominate myself as well.
It doesn't work like that. We need a second.
Well, I've been on the fence about that. I think he's capable, but I feel like your leadership, Tom, has been extraordinary in the amount of heavy lifting you do. And out of respect for that, I wanted to continue to keep you as chair. However, I do believe the other board members had discussed the potential of looking at new, giving someone whose supposed final year is here and trying to keep him hooked in. I don't think he'll ever live up to your height, but that's just me.
Thank you very much.
Shoes to fill.
I'm sorry, big shoes to fill, but Debbie, I sense from you that you're in favor of Emir being the chair?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so do we have a motion? And by the way, thank you very much for the kind comments, MJ, and I've enjoyed being chair and I look forward to Emir's chairship and working collectively as a group with him chairing this awesome board. All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that Emir become the chair for this year.
And I'll
And
second that.
Okay, we have a second. We have a motion. Call the roll.
Board Member Neve,
Yes.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right, before we move, why don't we elect the Chair Pro Tem, because that could affect seating arrangements. Discussion.
Chair, I'd like to nominate Board Member Louis Weil for Chair Pro Tem.
Any-
I'd like to not nominate Ms. Weil as Chair Pro Tem.
Not?
Not.
Who would you prefer?
Someone that's going to be present at more meetings.
And so Chair, if I may, so typically how the nominations work, you are free to nominate whoever you want and then you guys can discuss.
Wait,
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
doing discussion. There was a suggestion by Emir that Lewis do it. There's a comment. So any other comments?
MJ, do you want to nominate any other member?
I'll nominate either, well, I think Debbie Neve or I have no interest, Tom, again.
Well, it can only be one.
Could-
person. Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
say.
I do
let's-
think that because of my travel and inconsistency at the hearing, like if there's another board member that's willing to do it or wants to do it, I mean, I'd love the honorary role, but knowing that my situation is what it is, someone that's more present, I'm all for and support of. So
So that be where it be, it's either you or me. And I'll tell you what, Debbie, why don't you be Chair Pro Tem?
Let's do boy, girl.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to,
Why don't we do-
the one requirement of chair or vice chair is that they must accept. Was that okay? Was an acceptance?
I'll accept it.
Got it.
All right, do we, I'll move that Debbie Neve be elected as Chair Pro Tem of the Design Review Board.
I
Second.
second that.
Call the roll.
Board Member Neve,
Yes.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes. All right.
Thank you, Tom. All right, thank you, audience, for your patience through the election of the board here. Chair Emir Bauta. First order of business, I wanted to call the order and start with the description of procedure for tonight's hearing. We will start with the meeting with public communication, and that's where any member of the public can come up and speak on anything that is on behalf of the purview of the DRB that's not on the agenda. We will next go into the consent calendar, where the board will review and vote on the previous meeting minutes. Next, we will review modifications to the order of the agenda. The procedure for the regular order of business, I'll introduce an item, the address, the design review, or the other entitlement numbers. The applicant will take a seat here in front. The board members will then give their ex parte disclosures, which are communications that we've had with people prior to tonight's hearing regarding an agenda item. The staff will then present a summary of presentation. We will have a chance to ask questions to the staff. I will then declare the public meeting open. The applicant will then have 5 minutes to present on their project. The members of the public will then have 2 minutes each to comment on the project. Depending on the number of people that are attending, we may change the amount of time. Hopefully, we don't have to reduce that 2-minute time period. The applicant will then have 3 minutes for a rebuttal. Once that's completed, the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of staff, the applicant team, or members of the public. Once complete, I will close the public hearing. Then board commences deliberation. During deliberations, any action is indicated by the board by a motion, a second, and a majority vote of the board. The applicant or any member of the public who lives within 300 feet of the project who disagrees with the decision of the board will have 14 days from the decision tonight to file an appeal. So we will start off with public comment. Again, this is anything that is in the purview of the DRB that is not on tonight's agenda. Does anyone have anything to discuss that's not on tonight's agenda? Please introduce yourself and
I have nothing good to say particularly. Steve Kawaratani. Tom, you're a great chair. I know we didn't always agree, but I still respect you. You know, you called it as you saw it, as you like to say. And I think rotating the chair is a good thing. You know, it's good for everyone who is volunteering to do this to have the experience of being chair. So good job, board. And Emir, congratulations. Debbie, congratulations. Vote right tonight. I'll be back up a few times.
thank you, Steve. Anyone
Thank you,
else
Steve.
wish to speak on anything that's not an agenda item tonight? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and open up to modification of, the consent calendar. So the first item, modification of the agenda order. Do any of the board members have any modifications they'd like to recommend? Okay. So we'll keep the current agenda order as listed in the agenda. The consent calendar, next order of business consent calendar, draft September 25th, 2025 minutes. Anyone have any questions or comments on the minutes?
I'll propose to adopt the minutes as prescribed by the staff.
Open the public hearing. I'd like to open the public.
So typically for the consent calendar, you know, we allow people to pull them. I know, right, but so that they can pull them. But if there's no poll, there's no need to take a dedicated public comment on just the consent calendar.
So, Louis, you were saying?
So I'll move item number 4.1 under the consent calendar as proposed by staff.
Yeah, I'll second.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
I am recusing myself because I did not attend that meeting.
and Chair Balta.
Yes.
Perfect. Motion has passed 3-1. Sorry, 4-1. My apologies.
Okay, now we're, thank you, Paula. Now we're headed into the regular agenda, regular business. The next item is item number 5.1, design review number 2025-0875 for 195 High Drive. The staff recommends continuing the public hearing to a regular design review board meeting of May 28th. Any members wish to speak pertaining to this item?
And then, Mr. Chair, we do want to open it up to the public for just the continuance in case someone has an exception to that date, so on and so forth.
Thank you, Patrick. We'd like to open up the hearing if anyone has any objections to the continuance for item number 5.1. We'll close the public hearing. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item 5.1, design review 2025-8075, to continue the public hearing to the regular design review meeting on May 28th, 2026.
I'll second that.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
Chair Balta.
Yes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, moving on to item number 5.2, design review 25-25-2532 for item 1375 Circle Way. It appears this is also a continuance.
Chair, if I could interject real
Sure,
quick.
sure.
Staff did receive communication from the applicant late. I know staff is recommending continuance until May 28th, but the applicants requested June 11th. And so staff is supportive of that.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Bill. So the staff recommendation is to continue public hearing to the regular design review board meeting, June 11th. Does anyone in attendance have any comments pertaining to the continuance for this item? Seeing none. Board members, do you have any wish to speak on this item? Do we have a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that to continue design review item 2532 at 1375 Circle Way to June 11th, 2026.
I'll second.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Wall,
Unmute.
Board Member Wall,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
Chair Balta.
Yes. Okay, moving along here. Next item up is item 5.3, Design Review 2025-0337 for the project located at 2550 Park Avenue. It looks like the applicant has come up. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I met with the owners, the Ibrahimis. I also met with Barbara Brown, Lauren Carter, Flora Kamaj, the owner of 25, or actually I met with Steve Karakami regarding 2570 Park Avenue. And lastly, I met with the Kulkarnis at 2530 Park Avenue.
And Chair, I spoke with Steve Coratani. I went by the property. I previously had met with the applicant.
And Chair, I met with Barbara and Carl Brown, with Flora, with Lauren, with Steve Coratani regarding his client at 2570, and with Ursula Stalby.
Time I met with the applicant team. I got all the letters from everybody, but I've met with them prior and just kind of walked up and down the street to evaluate some of the comments.
And I did the same. Staff report, Heather?
Thank you. Good evening. Item 5.3 is at 2550 Park Avenue. This project was first heard on August 14th, 2025, and was continued to a future hearing. So this is the second public hearing for this project. The project site is located on the north side of Park Avenue in the R1 zone. The site is developed with an existing 2-story residence and an attached 3-car garage. The applicant is requesting design review for modifications to a prior approval, including 1,081 square feet of additions and remodel to the dwelling, as well as 603 square feet of elevated deck additions, a new 312 square foot patio cover, permitting an existing roof-mounted AC units, grading, a spa, pond, modification to the exterior materials, windows and door openings, and landscaping and hardscape. This is the front elevation, the south elevation. The highlighted in blue are the areas of the proposed addition, and the project will meet the required height of 25 feet. From the last hearing, there weren't really much discussion of the additions themselves, so I'll just go over those briefly, but if you need additional information, let me know. This is the west elevation. Additions are proposed on the upper and lower level, including elevated deck addition. At the previous hearing, neighbors raised concerns regarding view impacts and fire safety due to the existing trees and dense landscaping on the site. The applicant had proposed to remove a number of trees, but the board requested that a revised plan be provided to clearly show all the trees that are proposed for removal. This plan shows a total of 18 trees to be removed. They're marked with a red X. The applicant is proposing to maintain 2 sycamore trees and 4 palm trees up at the front of the site. The site is within the very high fire hazard severity zone and fuel modification zone. The revised landscaping plan and fuel modification plan that was revised since the previous hearing was reviewed by our landscape reviewer and was approved. Based on the board's prior direction, the applicant has eliminated a laurel tree and Japanese maple from the plans. In addition to the 6 existing trees that they're keeping, the applicant is proposing to add 6 additional trees that are highlighted on this plan in yellow. They include in the rear yard, 1 dwarf lemon to be maintained at 10 feet, 3 kumquat trees to be maintained at 12 feet in the rear yard. In the west side yard, towards the bottom of the screen, would be an orchid tree maintained at 20 feet. And then at the front, near the driveway and front entrance, would be an mission olive tree that would be maintained at 18 feet. The resolution does include a landscaping condition that requires the trees to be maintained at the height as shown on the plans. However, the board can modify those conditions if they so choose. I also want to point out that the patio cover is shown highlighted in blue there, and that's new since the previous meeting. So again, the applicant is proposing 312 square foot, 12-foot, 11-inch high metal patio cover with a bronze finish at the rear of the residence. This feature is intended to provide privacy to the patio area from the neighbors to the east, whose home is at a much higher elevation. The non-flammable patio cover is proposed in lieu of a hedge or other vegetation along the property line, just due to the latest fire code requirements of 10-foot separations from tree canopies to structures and other trees. And this patio roof would be 3 feet from the wall of the residence to maintain clear fire access around the home. The red dashed line indicates the approximate height of the patio cover roof. So the reason for the designed height of 12 foot 11 inches is such that the roof will clear the windows that are existing on the rear elevation. If the patio cover were lower, the roof would block the view out of those existing windows. As this section drawing shows, it includes the detail of the elevated deck for the neighbor to the east. The top of the patio cover would be approximately 10 feet below the finished surface elevation of the neighbor's upper level deck. The patio cover was not staked prior to the hearing. Staff determined that the patio cover being at the rear of the existing home and being more than 10 feet below the neighbor's deck, that we didn't ask for staking. And typically additions of 15 feet or less in height don't require staking. This is a cross section again that would show the patio finished surface and the patio roof, which would be at approximately 881 feet. And then the line above highlighted in yellow again is the elevation of the next neighbor's deck at 891.5 feet. Another issue that was raised at the previous meeting was the existing roof mounted air conditioning units. These units were not previously permitted and did not receive design review approval, so that's part of their request tonight. Staff has added a condition to the resolution that building permits shall be obtained for the units and that they shall include sound attenuation measures and shall comply with the maximum noise limitations for residential properties. And also that they shall be screened from view from the east side. The condition does say to be screened by a 5-foot high solid parapet wall or wall, but we would like to request that the board modify that condition to remove the 5-foot wall requirement. Upon review of the plans with the owners and discussion, it was determined that the proposed addition on the east side will actually screen the AC units from view on the east side, so an additional 5-foot wall would not be necessary. Staff received 7 letters in opposition to the project from surrounding property owners. Summary of the content of the comments received were view impacts from the mature landscaping and the proposed new trees, the request to remove the sycamore trees and the palm trees, concerns with the height limits for the trees and fire safety, a concern over the patio cover height that it was not staked, concerns regarding the roof mounted air conditioning units, and a concern regarding drainage. Staff does believe that the project complies with the design review guidelines, including neighborhood compatibility, privacy, and view equity, and that the project complies with the development regulations for the R1 zone and for the fuel modification zone. If the board finds that the project meets all of the findings and the design review criteria, staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 25-0337 and find said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303. That concludes our presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Heather. Do any of my fellow board members have any questions of staff?
I do.
Debbie?
Just a quick question. On the plans, it shows an existing agave kind of in the middle of the building there. Is that staying or going? Let's see, it's on it's on plan G07 and sheet G07. See it right there, right by the circle in the middle, in the structure.
Where is that?
Debbie, what plan are you looking at?
G07.
G07.
G07 fire access location.
It just says existing agave or whatever.
Are you referencing the palm tree in the middle of the
Is that a palm tree?
atrium?
Is that
Yeah,
a palm
that's
tree?
scheduled to be removed.
Oh, that's going to be, just wanted to clarify. Thank you. So that's removed. Thank you. That was the only question I had.
The question
Go ahead, Tom.
Heather, so is the wall around the second story or the AC units on the roof of the first story, it's going to be blocked by the addition on the second story of the project?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it'll be where they're currently visible, the roof will extend to block that. So it'll in essence be in a depression with structure around them already. So they'll be screened.
and how high will that structure be above the AC units?
I couldn't determine an exact measurement from the plans, so we can be sure with a condition that they are
At least 5 feet?
at 5 feet. Yeah, I don't recall the exact measurement.
Because I didn't see any story poles that would block those air conditioning units.
Okay.
So I'd like the architect, when we get to that, to address that, but I did not see that when I walked the project.
We could keep the draft condition that it has the 5-foot wall and 5-foot, be screened by a 5-foot high solid parapet or wall, so that if the roof isn't high enough, we could make sure it's extended to 5 feet so that the air conditioners will be completely screened.
Okay, good. No other questions?
And if I may, landscape plan is required for this project. Is that correct? What's triggering it?
I'm sorry, I missed the first word you said. What?
The landscape plan is required for this project. What's triggering the requirement?
Landscaping review is required whenever an upper level addition is proposed.
Yeah. And then secondly, I guess obviously we got lots of notes on the 6 trees up front, the 2 sycamores and the 4 palms. For this high fire or very high fire severity zone, are these appropriate trees, or how does the fire department review and acceptable trees for this area?
Yeah, the sycamore trees are not on the target species list, so they are permissible. And the fuel modification plan that was reviewed and approved by our landscape reviewer did call out the sycamores to remain.
Okay.
What about the palm trees?
And the palms were allowed to remain. Yeah, the palms were not on the target species list either.
Those
All right, thank
palms
you.
are not on the target. Are you sure, Heather? I'm pretty sure those palm trees are on target. I don't want to second guess you, but that was my recollection
We're
from when I was on the EDPC.
Both by the, on the fuel modification plan, so they
Yeah,
were reviewed by.
so they would be prohibited if they were being planted originally, but
Remain, they,
since they're there, they're not required. But okay, that
yeah,
makes sense.
apologize, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions, board? Okay, with that, I open public hearing to the applicant. Applicant, you have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you, Heather. Hi, my name is Archie. I'm a landscape architect, and I work for Signature Landscape, and the Abrahimis have reached out to me to get involved in this project. Good evening, the Design Review Board. Trying to get used to this microphone. Thank you again for your time and directions that you provided for the last review. We took feedback seriously and used it to guide a very focused set of revisions. From our previous meeting, we understood that the board's position that the overall mass scale of the project are appropriate and consistent with the neighborhood. With that establishment, our efforts have been concentrated on remaining items such as landscaping, view equity, and fire safety and privacy. Starting with the landscaping view equity, I think Heather did a fantastic job earlier, and I did the review with you, so you might see some repetitions in my speech. The landscape plan has been significantly revised to open up view corridors and reduced overall density. We prepared a very detailed plan of existing landscape plan to clearly distinguish what is being removed versus what is being retained. So if you want to see this document, we can show you that the 1P is a dedicated palm tree to be removed. We took out 26 trees and only 6 remain. And that represents a substantial reduction in tree coverage and deliberate move to improve both the views for the neighborhood and the overall site conditions. For the trees that remain, we've defined maintenance parameters, including height and width controls, to ensure that the view preservations is not achieved initially, but maintained over time. In addition to that, several targeted changes were made, like the olive tree has been relocated to the front of our building to restore a primary view corridor, and the Japanese maple in the backyard has been removed to do the impacting of views of our neighbors. And the twin palms and atrium has also been removed to enhance the uphill neighborhood as well. A smaller open canopy orchid tree for privacy has been introduced, and it's sitting 7 feet below the street level to maintain neighborhood character without creating new obstruction. Overall, the landscape has been simplified, open, and brought into a better alignment with the board's directions. Next, we'll talk about fire safety. I think we already kind of go over it, but I'll just mention it here. Fire safety conditions have been improved through the same reductions of vegetation and updated planting strategies. The landscaping field modification plan aligns with the city requirements for defensible space, planting selection, and vegetation management. With the less overall vegetation mass and more appropriate planting selection, the site is now more controlled and safer than before. And now moving on to privacy, which is very important. Privacy was approached carefully to solve these concerns, introducing new issues, such as rather than rely on larger trees, we've aimed for basically that pergola that you guys saw in that image before. Along the property line, we also went with the Japanese blueberry hedges proposed, and these are consistent with the uphill's neighbor's landscape and will be maintained in controlled heights to provide privacy while also preserving views. To address the direct overlook from the uphill neighborhood, we had a chance to show it through multiple different views, and having that 12-foot, 11-inch aluminum pergola that goes across that gives you a solid. It gives the opportunity for the Abrahimis to actually entertain in that space without feeling like someone can step over into the balcony and view everyone above. And it's a perfect privacy barrier without ruining any actual views that we were basically impacting any view corridors. And it's in line with fire concerns. It's stable, it's a protective solution, it's variable, and it comes with it allows you to basically not have to worry about tree growth over time to maintain that view. Lastly, I want to emphasize that these revisions were made in direct response to feedback provided. They included a significant reduction in existing trees, removal of view impacting species, a lower overall landscape intensity, a shift to a more controlled screening approach, in addition to non-intrusive architectural elements to address privacy. Overall, the landscape improvements in totality represents a removal of 75% of the mature trees on the property and trimming and maintaining of the remaining trees, all substantially increasing the financial burden on the project, allowing for even greater view equity than ever before for our neighbors. At this point, the project is aligned with the design review criteria, neighborhood character, and while also addressing the key concerns around views and safety and privacy, we believe that this represents a balanced and thoughtful resolution. Again, before I close, I want to briefly address implementation of the landscape moving forward. We're committing to carrying out a landscape improvement in accordance to the approved plans and city requirements. Over the years, even routine landscape maintenance has led to repeated neighbors conflicts with multiple and often competing requests being directed at the property. Before the last DRB, an agreement attempted with, you have like 10 more seconds if that was okay, I'm almost done. Before the last DRB, an agreement attempted was initiated, but also unfruitful due to the unreasonable demands of removing trees on the property immediately after the DRB. Because of that, our intentions is to proceed in a structural coordinated manner following the approval. So all landscaping work is implemented clearly, consistently, and aligned with the newly approved design rather than through piecemealing or retroactive or reactive adjustments. This approach allows us to respect the board's directions, maintain compliance with the fire landscape requirements, and more.
In conclusion, you'll be able to speak more on the rebuttal. So
Oh, okay.
thank you.
Thank
By show of hands, any members of the public wish to speak on this matter? If you could all line up on the podium, please line up. You'll each have 2 minutes. Please state your name
My name's Mark
and
Minosa,
property address of,
2570 Park Avenue.
okay.
Thank you guys for your time today. I appreciate it. I am the uphill neighbor. I recognize that since the last session, the applicants have done some modifications as was requested, but I think there are a number of things that are both misleading and inaccurate and incomplete in terms of both what was requested last time and what exists. So let me walk through some of those and some of the specific comments made by some of the board members. So for example, the sycamore trees, now Chair Bauta, you actually said last time those must go because of the fire risk, view issues, et cetera, associated with them. If you try to get them to street level, you have basically a stick, so it makes no sense. And then as to the queen palms, they are known fire risks in a significant way. Chair Gibbs, I'll give you one more chair nod. You described them as matchsticks in our last session, and that's true. And I remind everybody about the fire risk associated with this. The AC units on the roof, again, Chair Gibbs, I guess you get one more. You also said must go. The board recommended across the board agreed with those other comments. The board recommended all tree heights be maximum 20 feet or eve level. That's not specified. And then the sidestep strategy for the hedge, which was Lewis Weil, was ignored. Beyond that, they've done two things. They've added that 300 square foot patio. From above, it does not impede, but from below on the patio, it does. And I would just make one other point. Last time when we talked about the AC units, and again, it's in this transcript, they said it was permitted, and neighbors had said it wasn't. They knowingly stated something that was not true, and now they'd like to have that permitted. I think character matters, and I think that should be noted in this process. So I would very strongly request that this application be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please line up. If you plan on speaking, please line up behind the podium. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alma DiGiorgio, but I am here to read a letter on behalf of Brad and Barbara Dunn. They live across the street from the applicants at 2561 Park Avenue. They say our primary concern relates to the excessive vegetation surrounding the applicant's home. The house has a wood exterior, and the surrounding overgrowth, particularly the large pine trees, creates a significant fire hazard. Given the proximity of the canyon behind the property, we are deeply concerned that in the event of a wildfire, the vegetation could act as fuel and allow flames to spread rapidly to his home and then to neighboring properties along Park Avenue. This risk is especially troubling considering the known wind conditions in Laguna Beach, which can accelerate fire rapidly. Under these circumstances, we believe the current state of the property poses a serious threat not only to the applicant's home, but to the entire neighborhood. In addition to the fire risk, there is an ongoing issue with lack of maintenance. The applicant has not consistently trimmed or maintained the trees and vegetation on his property. While the palm trees were recently trimmed, this appears to have been done in anticipation of this meeting rather than part of his regular upkeep. In the past, we and another neighbor have paid out of pocket to have a gardener trim the overgrown trees on his property due to the lack of maintenance. The property remains visibly overgrown and out of scale with the size of the home. It is one of the few, if not the only home in the neighborhood with such excessive and unmanaged vegetation. This not only creates safety concerns, but also impacts the overall appearance and the upkeep of the neighborhood. We respectfully request that the city and fire department take a closer look at the situation and evaluate whether the property meets local fire safety and vegetation requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. 'Cause 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 'cause
Hi, this is Poonam Kulkarni. We are downhill from the Ibrahimis. I had a quick question. When I sent an email, I had an PDF. Can you show that PDF, or I'll have to give them this map because I want to talk about it?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
When I sent
If you have an
an
attachment, you can
email,
hand it
it
to
was an
Paula.
attachment.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd like them, I have one. You can.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am, what was your name?
Heather, do you have it that she sent?
Yeah, I got a note, yeah.
An email, what was your last name?
Kulkarni.
I'll have to
Can you
find
spell that? Like, so I can pull it up online? I'm sorry.
We do have your email. It's correspondence from 4/22/26, KULKRKARNI.
Correct.
I got it.
I
Thank
was
you.
hoping if we could pull that up on your screen. PDF. What it is our home, and we have superimposed their
Can
modification.
we restart the time? Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm waiting to see if she can show it.
Yes, I'm going to share right now.
Okay. Thank you. While she's pulling it up, you have a plan in front of you. So the green shaded section of the plan that we're going to see right there is their modification, and our plan is to the left side. So we are facing the ocean downhill, and we have an objection to their sycamore tree, which is 6E. The reason being is when we did our home, the addition, they fought us tooth and nail, and we had to bring that addition down by 20 feet. So the tree sits right on our property line, always encroaching on our property. But besides that, when they submitted the plans, it was maybe 22 feet. It has grown. It's over 65 feet. The leaves are immense. Not only are they immense, they go, because with the rain, we sit 20 feet down, it accumulates on our drains. I have a filtration system. It clogs it all the time. If it's a backwash, you can't even filter the water. It goes back in. It has blown my filtration. We have downstairs, we have a bedroom and we have a bathroom, and the leaves have completely clogged our drains. The water has come into our bedroom. My wooden floors have to be pulled apart and they have to be redone. So that sycamore tree, it's not a view issue for me, it's a drainage issue. And the leaves are immense. They never clean up. They keep their yard horribly. The tree, that's all I need to say, that 6E is a hazard with drainage. And I also showed some pictures. You want to show them the two pictures I sent? Please? It's on the email.
I'll have to open the email separately.
Yeah.
In closing,
In closing, it's the sycamore tree 6E.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Confirm that this is right.
Please introduce yourself and let us know
My
your
name
address.
is Praful Kulkarni. I'm Poonam's husband. We're at 2530 Park Avenue. Down below from the Ibrahimis. The concern that I have, and I'm a licensed California architect and run a large practice. I have a question. It's not clear from just looking at the plan. Are there any modifications to the patio, existing patio of the Ibrahimis?
And so Chair, hang on. So this is not a time for back and forth. Ask your questions at the end. The board will then ask staff or
Okay.
direct those questions to the
The
applicant.
concern that we have is the irrigation, because we are considerably lower than where the Ibrahimis house sits. And drainage is a huge issue. We have as my wife explained, we are gone 20 feet under, and we had to excavate to do that addition. So drainage and flooding is a big issue. And I do not believe that it has been properly addressed. So I really request the board to take a very hard look, and instead of a cursory look, at the drainage issue, because there is a patio modification, the diamond-shaped areas that It's, if you can see the diamond-shaped areas right here, we're not sure what that hardscape is and the existing hardscape. We think that's a serious concern. And we would like you to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Kulkarni. Any other speakers?
Hi, I'm Barbara Brown and I live at 2581 Park Avenue, which is across the street and one house up. And we look directly across, our view is directly across at their house and through that view corridor. We're thrilled that the Abrahamians are finally going forward with their remodel, and we think the plans for the house are lovely. We know they've worked long and hard on their plans. We're hoping their landscaping plan would also reflect the more contemporary and minimalist approach. They do intend to remove several trees, which we appreciate tremendously, but I know some are mandatory, some are in the way of the new construction, but we applaud them for all of it. Unfortunately, some of the remaining trees in the front and the west side of the yard of their home create a major view blockage for us. We've watched painfully over the years as the trees on that lot has matured and slowly blocked our beautiful view up the coast to the north from all of our rooms. And on the main level where we spend most of our time, our sunsets are blocked more than 6 months of the year by the trees. We no longer see the lights or the ships of Long Beach or the rise of the Palos Verde, Rancho Palos Verde Peninsula. We would be eternally grateful to have the big sycamore removed or significantly reduced in height and width over what's on the plans right now, because we still think it's really big. 40 feet is a lot of tree. I mean, it's as wide as their yard on the side over there. They did a really nice job of trimming the palm trees recently, but they do very quickly regrow, and we're close. They're just close enough that they create a canopy. So some required reduction, modifications, and regular trimming would be important. The 2 new trees on the side yard, we are concerned about them. They did come and do a site visit today, which I appreciated, and we talked about it. So I'm hoping that maybe reduce those a little bit, because they're also 18 by 20 high and wide. And then we also appreciate there's a big expense involved in removing all these trees on their lot. And I think that I can speak for all of us neighbors that we would be willing to contribute if we could find some kind of a timeline
In closing,
after DRB approval. That's within 30 or 40 days.
thank you, Barbara.
All right.
All right. Hi, my name is Flora Kamaj. I'm from 2670 Park Avenue, 2 doors up from the applicant. I was present at the last hearing, and my take on it was that the board gave pretty clear direction. I appreciate that they that they removed trees in the back and that were in the way of their build. However, the front remains unchanged, and it affects a lot of us neighbors. It includes me, the neighbors across the street from me, below me, and above me. If this plan were to go up today as a new build, those trees would absolutely not be approved. On top of that, they're also not in compliance with their own landscape plan back from, I think, the 1980s. So I would like to see the palms removed. They're right in my view. This is my property. A couple years after I moved into it, we designed our home based on this, and we had a horizon view. And now this massive window that we put in and money and steel that we put into our project is now affected by the trees. If you balance these two, affecting so many neighbors and affecting, their front yard, I just don't see how this is even a question. I've removed several trees for the benefit of neighbors. So in looking at this application, I ask that the board consider the existing trees and require them to remove the palm trees. In the several years that I've lived there, 11 years that I've lived there, I've paid for them once to be trimmed. I had to beg for it. I don't see that they're going to be maintained, and they're a fire hazard. And the sycamores either reduced down to the ridgeline or removed altogether. I would like to see everything down to the ridgeline of the home, just like a lot of the rest of us in the neighborhood have to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Balta, board members. My name is Steve Kawaratani. I want to echo what Flora and Mark said previously. We are grateful that Frank and Ellie have done some maintenance on their vegetation. You know, this isn't all about complaining. You know, this is acknowledging what they've done. Could I get my presentation queued up, please? So when we look at the first slide, what we're going to see is we're going to see something. We're going to see an image of the project or not. The project has basically not been pruned regularly for an extended period. And I guess my images did not come across, but in 8 months, the palm trees were pruned. The sycamores have not been pruned. They've grown substantially during that time. And the subtitles that I was going to discuss, basically, here we go. So that's from August. And so the sycamores have grown. They've not been pruned. The palm trees have been cleaned up, but it's been an extended period. Next slide, please. So this is the scene from my client's home. And that type of view obstruction really is unacceptable. And not only is there a view obstruction, this is a fire hazard. This is the highest risk area in all of Laguna Beach in California. So that is something for the board to consider. And I was asked by one of you, does the board have the right to mandate that trees be either pruned, modified, or removed for safety? And the answer is absolutely yes. You have every right to make the neighborhood safer. And I don't think there's any excuse for taking away or impacting the view of 5 or 6 homes that are uphill on Park Avenue. Now, granted, as it was pointed out to me, there are other homes that have larger trees, but there is no home on Upper Park Avenue that has such a concentration of large trees, acknowledging that that large pine will be removed, but there still will be 4 palm trees that are absolutely target species. Tom Gibbs is absolutely correct. They are target species, and those sycamores cannot be cut down to 15 feet. They're going to end up being a stick. I love sycamores. They're inappropriate for the area.
Thank you, Steve. Any other speakers pertaining to this matter? Seeing none, I return to the applicant for their rebuttal. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to point out a few things. I quickly took notes. 2570 Mark, you know, when their house was being built, all of the trees were in place, and their landscape plan actually reflects the trees, our trees. So the house was designed with the trees in mind, sold, you know, with the trees in mind. So, you know, it's nothing new. As far as maintenance goes, we were advised by the previous plan checker, Elaine, not to cut the trees down until we go through the DRB process. So unfortunately, that advice has given us this trouble today. As far as what character matters, you know, we've been in communication with Mark and Alma. We met with them in 23 to come up with an amicable solution because they wanted the large pine tree to be gone. So our architect, they asked him to do a study to see how tall the tree would have to be to create adequate privacy screening. And we did the study, we sent it, never heard back. They kept saying, cut it down, cut it down. On a weekend for our daughter's wedding, where we said, please, you could cut the branches on your side, but please don't come into our property. They had come into our property and mutilated the tree. So there hasn't been any cohesion, unfortunately. People want what they want without consideration for the financial burden that it's putting on us and this project. As far as the 2530, the sycamore trees can be lowered. We have cut them when the neighbors thought they were too tall. We have a weekly gardener for 25 years who cleans our property. As a matter of fact, some of you saw them when you were visiting. There has been no changes to the patio. It's still going to be remaining as grass. So drainage will remain the way that it's been. There's no changes, no structural changes there. As far as the landscape goes, we felt like we've given it such a great effort to bring it down with the maintenance levels specified and enforceable. Putting the burden of removing more trees and changing our landscape is truly not balanced. If there are any questions, I'd like to answer them.
Thank you, Ellie. Would like to move into board. Board, do you have any questions of any members of the public or staff or the applicant team?
Question, Nimir?
All right.
Good. 1 second, Louis. Tom's gonna go.
I just have a few, and it'll take a second. So the drainage next to 2530, there's a hardscape patio there, and then it goes to grass, right?
No, it's not a hardscape patio. It's just
Well, it's kind of a deck.
the deck is not being changed.
Yeah, that's my question.
Not at all.
The deck. So there's drainage in the deck, so that's not being touched.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then where the deck ends, because you're extending the home in that location, what's on the other side of that? I couldn't tell from your landscape plan. It shows kind of a cross-hatched area.
Oh, it's just a patio with grass in the middle of it. It's a trellis. What do they call it?
Is cement? Do you
I
know?
believe it's pavers.
Yeah, cement. Yeah, go ahead, please. You can answer.
I believe it'll be pavers, and then you'll basically have it permeable in that space to go into the drains. So that you have like either artificial grass or real grass in that space. And we're going to tie into the existing drains.
Okay, so there's going to be drains in that space.
It's already existing in that space, and all we do is retie it into the center.
It was grass when I saw it.
Correctly, it's grass right now, and it's basically wherever that is currently sloped is we're going to maintain that slope.
Do you have any problem with imposing a condition that the drainage system that's going to be installed along that property line is such, and staff can review it or building can review it, to ensure that there's no water drainage going on to
Going over to the proposed addition downhill
Right.
on this paper that I have right here.
Yeah, so I don't have your exact drainage plan, but I want to make sure
I believe your concern is to make sure no water is actually being dived into
in
there.
that from rains or
Okay.
irrigation or whatever.
So what you're trying to say. there.
Okay, and then with respect, there was some confusion about the air conditioners and whether they're actually blocked by the building. Why don't you describe how the building is going to block the air conditioning, both in terms of the condensers, both in terms of sound and sight
Yeah.
from the uphill house at 2570?
The proposed,
Heather, can you bring up the site plan?
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the proposal on that side of the house extends from where the garage is to the other side, and it just fills in that space.
Yeah, I didn't see story poles when you walked me through.
There is a red band between the top, so that's why you didn't see it.
Yeah, we talked about that, and there was, when you and I discussed it, there's going to be a wall there. And that's
Exactly.
being dropped because the building blocks it. I just wanted to know exactly.
Yeah, so there's going to be an actual wall that is part of our addition that will screen the existing air conditioning units. So if you go to the site plan, it will show it.
Yeah, go ahead. I did not see it in the plan.
Okay, if you look at the picture on the top where currently the Queen Palm is in the middle, right on the top of the rotunda. If you look where the air conditioning, could you move? Yeah, right there.
It's right there.
So, right there. So that whole house is added.
That blue area.
So that's
And how tall will that?
it's
blue
going to be as tall as the garage. So if you're gonna bring your header, can you bring this?
How much
side view?
taller than the air conditioning unit?
Oh,
Are
at
they-
least 3 feet, 4 feet from the top of the air conditioning.
Okay.
Actually, if you bring, there was a picture somebody showed, I think Heather, you showed it.
So it's right here, no, I think we just had the
Yeah,
elevator.
right there. So if you can see, if you could put a line where the garage is and to the other side, that means it's blocked.
Okay, and it's blocked by a wall?
Oh, no,
or-
by the whole building, at least 10 feet wide, there's gonna be.
And there's gonna be a room in there
Yeah, there's a
between the
room.
air conditioning and the
downstairs,
upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, that.
And
those
the,
are-
on the both side, the existing house and other side will be the rotunda. So it's all.
enclosed.
It's now connected as one piece.
Okay,
It's a separate.
I think I understand now.
Okay.
And Heather, does that describe it correctly? Because I don't really see that in the plans, but so if that's in the plans, that's important, I think, for our consideration.
Yeah, we can, again, with the condition 19 that's in the resolution that requires that the air conditioning units be screened from view on the east elevation by 5-foot-high solid parapet or wall. So at plan check, we can double check with more structural plans. We can assure that those units would be screened adequately.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Louis, do you have any questions?
Yeah, mine's going to pertain to a comment. I think it was from a prior hearing that there was a view preservation on record for an uphill property. I was curious if staff had a copy of that and could share that with the board.
Yeah, I did find a record of one view preservation at 2561 Park. Let me share. And so that's across the street from, I've highlighted the subject property 2550. So the view preservation was requested by the property across the street here, 2561. And this shows, this arch and line shows the limits of where the view, the properties that would be affected by the view preservation permit.
There a photo on file for that record?
Yes. Let's see if I can switch. Let's see, I believe this one shows the homes across the street. Let's zoom in.
We zoom in on that a little.
Yeah.
All right, so this,
Yeah, this shows the house below us.
Yeah, so there is an existing tree on the south side of Park that appears to be in the view of the 2561. And then I
Yeah.
believe
it kind of covers the house, but not so
Yeah.
much the ocean.
Right.
But that's the angle looking straight over our subject property. There's the trees. There's the sycamore.
Real quick, Louis, what house has the view preservation? What address?
What, 2 or 3 up from this, from 2 or 3 up from this one on the other side of the street?
It's
I know, is it one of the objecting?
It's downhill, just the next door to the Brown residence. So basically across the street from 2550 and also from the DiGiorgio property. So it's across from them.
So is the owner of that house objecting tonight, or is that just another owner who did approve view preservation?
Whether they're objecting or not, I mean, view preservations are recorded to preserve landscape and scenic views from the property. I think they've objected in the past. It just dawned on me that, like, I forgot to look that up when I looked at my notes. So that's why I asked.
Okay.
Can I interject something? Is it possible? No.
So Chair,
Up to the chair.
that is up to you.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Ellie. Go ahead.
Just so that we're clear on this, their viewpoint is past our house. The corner that you see in the picture is actually Kolkarani's house. So it's not really through our house, it's down the hill.
Wanted to evaluate it
The building
sorry.
on the right is called Karani's house, not our house.
What are they arguing about?
Actually, I saw all these pictures. None of those pictures shows the view from our house.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Board?
I have a question because when I was viewing the neighborhood, Ms. Shelby, Ursula Shelby said that she also has a view preservation on file. And she said that she had basically had the city come out after she had paid to have some of the trees trimmed, and they were basically right around the roof level, ridge level, the sycamores. And Shelby,
Know the address?
it's at the corner of Burn and Park. Across the street, yeah. 2665.
Yeah, I unfortunately did not have an opportunity to search
Okay.
for every property in the
I know, I
vicinity for view
understand.
preservation, so.
Anyway, I
that's why
understand, but
apologize.
there's also one, as I understand, from her as well.
If I can also, again, sorry because we've researched all of this. The view
Ellie, I
preservation.
think we're going to close the.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, that's fine. It doesn't affect my comments.
Thank you. Any other questions from any board members? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and I open it up for board deliberation. Who wants to begin? Okay, Tom?
Yeah, first of all, I think the house meets the guidelines. And I appreciate the tree removal. Obviously the trees are rather controversial here. I think with the condition that I described on the drainage, that deals with the drainage issue. The air conditioning, if there's a structure that truly blocks it, that's, has depth, while, we may not have approved air conditionings on the roof, if it's totally secreted by the house, I'll be okay with that. Where I have the problem are the sycamores and the palms. The city is in a very high fire hazard zone, and that canyon is particularly risky. Those palm trees are not allowed, as my understanding, for new construction because they are such fire hazards. Given that and the fact that the character of the neighborhood is not those, there are a few, but they're far and few between. I cannot approve this project with those palm trees in place in the front. The second thing is the sycamores. The sycamores are 70 feet tall and you're asking to 65, and you're asking to maintain those at 70. I am concerned about fire with the sycamores, but most importantly, no, I've seen it in your landscaping plan. It says 70 feet tall.
That says 70%. 70 is a mature height of a sycamore tree, and then we're maintaining it.
Public hearing is closed.
Yeah,
Okay.
open the public hearing, Chair. Can we just open it just to
We'll
clarify
open the
that if
public
I'm
hearing.
wrong?
Yeah.
If I'm wrong about that.
That's the only thing I just want to make sure. 70 is the mature height of a sycamore tree. We're maintaining it down to 55 and 50 on the marked plan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That clarifies
Public
that.
hearing is closed.
My biggest problem with the sycamore, one, it's out of character to the neighborhood. It is large even at 55. But two is particularly the one that's adjacent to 2530 Park Avenue. I walk that. It's right on the property line. It's a deciduous tree. It drops a ton of leaves. And it's totally inappropriate for that location. We would never approve that under a new growth. And I just think it's totally an inappropriate location for that tree. With respect to the other, which is on the other side, I didn't mention this. I don't see view equity issues here at all. Everybody has beautiful views, and the amount of impact of the house, the pergola, is minimal, if at all. So I think view equity is easily achieved on this project. So it goes to the sycamore that's closest to 2530. would need to go to get my approval. With respect to the other sycamore, you know, it's further away. I think leaf cleaning and debris is more likely on your property. I am still troubled by 55 feet high. I would want that to come down to be neighborhood compatible at a lower height. And I'd be interested to hear what the board members say, but something that's reasonable for a sycamore. I think that'll have two benefits. One is it will reduce the impact on views. Two, be compatible with the neighborhood. And three, reduce the amount of leaves that may impact other neighbors, and particularly the downhill neighbors. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Tom. Debbie, MJ?
Yeah, yes, I had some comments too. I agree with many of the comments that my colleague has demonstrated. I cannot approve the palm trees because of the fire issues as well. I think there can be like little bombs going off, and it's just too dangerous. And I'd like to see both sycamores go, but particularly the one next to 2530. The root structure and the drainage issues, and to maintain that, I think it's just going to get worse and worse. And if, like I said, the one neighbor regarding that view preservation, she said it was probably slightly above the roof of the house. Now, from that angle, I can't give you a particular number of what I would be comfortable with, but I think that that it would need to be considerably less than what it is now. So, so those are my take on those two trees. I can't approve this project in any way, shape, or form with those air conditioners on the roof. As many of you know, I was on the board before. We've gone to great lengths not to have rooftop air conditioners on any structure in Laguna, including we're very, very careful even with commercial structures, as far as I understand. So I think so I just don't think it's appropriate. And I think that if you were making some minor little tweaks to your home, you know, honestly, I don't think that I could even approve it then, but I think with the amount of construction and remodel that you're doing, I think that you can certainly find a place to put those air conditioning units that are not on the roof. So no amount of screening is going to get my vote for your air conditioners. Sorry. I also have, I'm okay with the pergola in the backyard. I think that that would be fine, but I do have some issues regarding some of your lighting. I would like you to basically eliminate all of your floodlights. I know that you have some existing that were going to be taken out, some replaced. I'd like you to take all of those floodlights out. And I'd like you, and as well as the spotlights, because I'm not quite sure what the spotlights would be doing. And, you know, that's a dark canyon. I think because you guys all enjoy such a phenomenal view, not only of the ocean, but of that canyon. I think the dark lighting is very important, even if it's shielding, because on slopes like that going up the hill, I think that could still cause some issues. And there are quite a bit of lights. Then you've eliminated the palm that's in the house. I was going to let you keep that up, that tree light, but you've eliminated that one. And I don't mind the tree lights that you have in the backyard. Those are going to be pretty small trees, and they are down lights, those down hanger type lights, I believe. So I'd like you to take a look at those. And the other thing that can be very can really cause a lot of light are those tape string light thingies that you have on the benches in the back by the pond, by the water feature. Those, if you could replace that with something that's a little more subtle, I think I'd like you to take a look at that. And let me see if I think those are my key comments. You addressed the irrigation, and I think that if you do keep the one sycamore, then I would like to condition it to have it trimmed to the appropriate agreed upon height on an annual basis. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Debbie. MJ?
I concur with my colleagues on most of this. I agree that maybe just keeping the one sycamore and removing the 3 queen palms would be, this is our opportunity to fix things. This is 4 palms, sorry. So this is kind of, when you do these kind of renovations, that's why it comes before the board in order to maybe fix some of these nonconformities or concerns about safety. And also the extra layer of maintenance that comes through the city when you don't trim and the city has to get calls and then have to come out and deal with it. I'm not sure why Elaine said don't cut it. My assumption is Elaine probably said, you can maintain them, just don't cut them down. It's really important for all of our neighbors to maintain on a regular basis, seasonally, maintaining these trees, whether, do the expense, it's very expensive. We all have to do it. So, and it seems to have created quite a pressure into the neighborhood, which seems so unnecessary. So I hope you guys can remedy that after all this gets handled. I agree with the lighting. I might want to take a look at that if we do any kind of a conditional approval tonight, because I think some of this is for potential safety and some of it might be a little bit for socializing, and I don't think you should be left without lighting completely. And I to be honest, I didn't give it a heavy study. It didn't seem like there were a lot for the size of the lot. So I wouldn't mind looking at that a little more succinctly if we decide to do conditions of approval tonight. I think that is all I have for now.
Thank you, MJ. Louis?
Yeah, and I'm going to concur with my colleagues, and I'll just try to keep my comments relatively brief. As far as the house and the remodel to the main structure of the components of the design, as from the first hearing, it's very neighborhood compatible. It meets the design review criteria. It's going to be a beautiful cleanup to the home. It was very carefully thought out of what minimized impacts and really improved this property. So I really am thankful to the applicant for really coming for a great design on the home. So I commend you guys for that. The landscape plans are tricky, and they're getting trickier as I've been on the board. This really isn't anything personal, but as a board member, I feel we need to be looking at these landscape plans for how does it serve the community's best interest over the next 30, 50 years as that's kind of the life cycle of some of these more significant remodels. Whether it's your house or someone else's, we have to take a clean look at the fire safety components, and this is a very dangerous area for fire. Up against the open space, servicing Park Avenue, which is a strong thoroughfare and connector to a lot of significant homes. When it comes to the sycamore trees, I do need both of them to come out. The palm trees as well, I think those need to come out, but I would like to see a replacement. So if we're going to take these 6 trees out that we find more suitable, or I'd leave leeway to create newer trees to be in that space, though I would want to condition them not to exceed the highest point on the roof. So that could be some significant trees and foliage to kind of keep that same buffer or feel. But the significance of these ones, they just need to go for going forward for the best interest of the community. As far as the lighting plan, I completely agree with board member Neve that the floodlights and the exterior lights do need to be dark sky compliant, and a little bit more review for that. I think that could be left as a condition to just kind of work on some new fixtures that could be worked out with staff. As far as the air conditioners, I do agree with Board Member Neve that, and I think I stated at the last hearing that they do need to be on the ground. The only time I think we've only done maybe 2 or 3 in my tenure to put them on roofs. And it has to do with like really small lots and houses that really, fill the yard and there isn't compatible side yard space for an air conditioner. So those really, from a coding standpoint, it really is the exception. And given the size of your lot and the space you have on the setbacks, I just don't see that there's an exception that really should be made. I'm not faulting the applicant that they got there or whatever reasons they were there, but going forward with the design and the update, that needs to be addressed. It's not something that needs to hold up the project, as those could be removed from the project, and a separate over-the-counter application could come forward at a later date for a more compliant location, as that is an over-the-counter permit in most situations. The pergola, I think it's new, but I do think that its height is a little more unique, but I think it does provide the more significant privacy between the properties, especially with the removal of that tree. That I do think this structure is relatively minimal. It does provide the right kind of privacy for your backyard and separation between your house and the uphill in the house. So I think that was a careful thought out, and so I can be supportive of that. So I do believe I can be supportive of this project. I think we just need to work on a few conditions as a board.
Thank you, Louis. So we heard from all of the other fellow board members. I think it's very clear that the sycamore trees and the palm trees, there's definitely consensus here that they need to be removed. One suggestion from Louis was proposing a alternative. I'm not sure if the applicant is prepared to do that here today, but if you're open to it, I'd be open to opening up the public hearing as a proposed alternative. Otherwise, we will leave it as a condition to the city to maintain a height and also maintain a height of a proposed tree. What do you think of that, Pat?
Yeah, I think, I think Louis proposed no higher than the roof ridge.
Yeah.
And that the choice of the tree would be left to say. Did I read you correctly, Louis?
So I think we're unanimous on removal of the trees, but I'd like to leave it to a condition that they may put up to 6 trees in replacement. Similar or various locations in the yard, but they need to be compliant with the zone and compliant with the area, like either like the red gums or strawberry trees just come to mind. But I'm not going to pick the tree or the variety, but as long as staff is approval of what would be a requirement for new trees in this zone, and that there is a maintained cap no higher than the roof, I could be accepted that staff could work that out post approval if we work that out tonight.
That's great. Yeah, thank you, Louis. I think that works for most of the board here. Pertaining to the patio cover pergola, it sounds like we're in consensus that can be an approved portion of the project. One thing I also want to make as a condition is the planned maintenance. I propose like a biannual maintenance required maintenance as part of this package. It sounds like there were some challenges within the community prior to this hearing, and I think having a planned maintenance is part of our purview on the board.
Maintenance of the tree.
Maintenance of all vegetation be maintained biannually, and
Including
it'll be
shrubs
tied to
and-
the height of the roof. I think.
Yeah,
It'll be tied to the height
limit
of-
it to the height of
Yeah.
the roof, but I would limit it to maintenance of trees and shrubs.
Okay. Pertaining to the roof mounted AC units, I think they need to be on the ground. And the proposed location will be part of a deferred sound submittal, similar to a lot of other applications. I think that I captured. Oh, the last thing was the lighting. Debbie, if you don't mind, for the lighting, maybe we'll get a little bit more a little bit more specific on
Sure.
the numbers on
Yeah,
LL4.
maybe, Debbie, could you talk right now about what your proposed condition, because I had the same problem that.
Certainly. The removal of all spotlights and let's see how they're called out.
Is that letter E on L04?
This is on.
That's a downlight. I
L-
think it's B.
L03 is the sheet.
The lights themselves are on L04. Does that help you, Debbie?
And
Because there's a spotlight, an uplight for the trees and a downlight for visibility on pathways.
Right. You're right. As far as the safety, the stair lights, the path lights, I'm fine with that. I am not fine with the spotlights. There were 14 tree down stop lights. Now, some of them are coming out anyway because the trees are coming out, those 6. And I am okay with the small ones in the back, those 4 new ones, which are, I believe, the olive and the kumquat. I'll circle them for staff. But I think that all of the spotlights and there are 6 floodlights to eliminate the 6 floodlights. And then to substitute let me see what the right name was, the tape lights. The tape lights around the benches by the water feature in the rear, to replace them with an appropriate amount of shielded
Code minimum.
shielded dim lights, say
Shielded dim?
shielded lights no more than 3 lumens.
I like those conditions. Do we have consensus on those conditions?
May I ask a question about lighting?
Of course.
Yeah, we can open the board. We can open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The floodlights that you're referencing, those are existing lighting. They're not new additions. And also the tree uplights are existing. And if we are replacing the trees, do they get their own lighting?
I am asking you to, even whether they're existing or they're new, I'm asking you to remove them. With the exception of those in the back, and then if you replace the ones in the front with other trees, then I would be fine with those, provided they are the down ones, not the up ones. You know what I'm talking about, the down. I know that Heather knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They hang down so that
I'm
the light
familiar.
goes down, not up.
Balta, do you mind if I speak? I just want to learn more
Yeah, go
about.
for it.
So can I learn more about why no uplights on trees instead of you want the light to be pointing down, so I can better understand that logic?
Well, from what I understand, the ones that I've seen, you can like hang it on a branch and they go down, rather than if you just have a spotlight going up, then that light goes,
Into all the branches, right?
well, it goes into the branches, but it also goes into the
Delete.
night sky.
Oh, night sky. Oh, okay. That's
It's the
because.
it's the night sky ordinance that I'm addressing.
Okay, we close public hearing.
Can I do a motion?
Tom, make a motion.
I was making notes as this thing got more and more conditioned. I made some notes. And so I'm going to do the light. You feel free, Deb,
Okay.
to clean me up on that one, but I think I got most of it.
Okay.
I move that the board adopt resolution 25-0337, approving design review 2025-0337 for the property located at 2550 Park Avenue, and finding said action exempt from CEQA under 15301 with the following additional conditions. That the drainage on the side of the property adjacent to 2530 be checked during plan check to ensure that adequate drainage measures are taken to ensure that no water goes onto 2530, either from irrigation or from rain.
Chair, can we modify that instead of saying no water, just adequate drainage? Because it might be hard to police the no water.
that adequately drains water from those conditions. Is that
That's
what-
great.
That's
Okay.
great.
I modify it to say to verify that the drainage adequately drains water from both irrigation and rain. Second, that the air conditioning units must be placed on the ground at a location and with appropriate screening as necessary as determined by staff. Number three, that the palms, the 4 palm trees and the 2 sycamores in the front be removed and replaced with up to 6 replacement trees to go no higher than the ridge height of the house. Said trees to be proposed by the applicant and subject to approval by staff. With respect to, before I get to lighting, that all trees and shrubs will be maintained at least biannually. And also any other, just I think generally the condition is that no trees go above the ridge line of the house. Finally, with respect to lighting, the lighting plan shall have removed all spotlights and floodlights and all I didn't get the name of it, all uplights on trees, downlights, appropriate downlights on trees are permissible. And that goes with both existing trees that are going to be planted and trees that are not being removed as part of this plan. And finally, the strip lighting or the shield lighting on the bench in the backyard shall be removed and replaced with, excuse me, the string lighting shall be
Tape lighting.
Okay.
Tape lighting.
Thank you. The tape lighting shall be removed and replaced with appropriate lighting. I think you used the phrase shield lighting, no more than 3 lumens. So that's my motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that. Good job.
And then before we call the roll, I just want to make sure staff is comfortable and cognizant of that.
I'll review the video.
Okay, got it. And then,
Not too
yeah.
fast. You can give me a call too.
I think I got it.
All right.
Paula, roll call, please.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
Chair Belta.
Yes.
Motion is passed 5-0.
Thank you, but effectively, we are removing everything in our landscaping and starting over based on this proposal.
Chair, I think that we should move on to the next item.
Yeah, we're going to move on to the next item.
They're free to appeal it.
Okay.
The next item is item number 5.4, 795 Oak Street. Can the applicant please come up to the front of the desk? Ex parte, please.
Yeah. So get it.
Yes.
Okay, the applicant is up here. Ex parte, Debbie, ex parte.
Yes, on Oak Street, I met with Steve Koratani and spoke with the architect Timothy.
Thank you. MJ,
I went by the property and spoke with Steve Coratani.
Tom,
And I spoke to the architect and Steve Cortani.
Louis.
Got to speak to Steve Coratani and visit and evaluate the site.
And I did the same. Staff, Jessica, would you present, please?
And Chair, can we expedite this one?
We like to do an expedited. Any
Absolutely
objections?
expedite.
Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the Design Review Board. I will be presenting item 5.4. This is for a project at 795 Oak Street. Excuse me, sorry, I'm just trying to go through the slides. The project is located in the R1 zone, and it is a through lot abutting Oak Street and Temple Hills Drive. The proposed project proposes a lower and upper level additions, new windows, doors, exterior siding, new roof material, landscaping, retaining walls, grading, above ground spa, and the request to increase the building site coverage. Here in the slide before you is what the applicant is proposing and what the current existing is currently. Rendering of the rear yard with the modifications proposed in the landscaping, the spa, and the outdoor areas. In conclusion, the project complies with the design review guidelines, complies with the Laguna Beach Municipal Code development standards. It's compatible with the neighborhood. Additions don't impact any views. Recommendation for the design review board is to approve the item today, 26-0611, and the categorical exemption from CEQA section 15301.
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions from the board?
Nope.
No.
With that, I open the public hearing to the applicant. You have 5 minutes. You don't need to take the full 5 minutes.
My name's Tim. I'm the architect. I'll be brief because I don't expect the block party we just had from the.
Got to turn his mic on. Sorry. Hit the
It might
button.
be-
Get the.
Sorry,
There.
I was just too far away. I'll try to be brief, but I'll be available to answer any questions as they arrive, if they do. I will say that we worked very closely with the client to just try and touch every piece of this property and improve every corner of it from what it was. The two small additions that we're doing, we had to do just to bring the property up to modern standards. But other than that, we're really trying to celebrate what was there and just improve everything from an aesthetic standpoint.
Thank you, Tim. Any members of the public wish to speak on item number 5.4? Please come up. Seeing none, I return it to the applicant for any further comments. You have 3 minutes if you need them.
No further comments.
Okay. I'd like to ask the board if the board has any questions of the applicant or city staff or any members of the public. Okay, no questions. We'll close the public hearing. Who wants to begin with board deliberations?
I'll go ahead and start.
Debbie?
Visiting the site, and I think your additions are very, very minimal. And I think it's going to look really cool. And I think that the location and there were no neighbor concerns. I think it absolutely is neighborhood compatible. There are no view impact issues, no privacy issues. I think it's a very modest ask, and I think it's a great improvement. And I think that backyard's going to be awesome. So I can absolutely approve your project tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. MJ?
I'm having computer issues tonight. I concur with Debbie. I think it's a beautiful upgrade, and you've conformed to all the design review criteria, and I can support the project tonight.
Tom?
Yeah, I agree. Beautiful project. I had never been up on that high of Oak. It's kind of the beginning of Oak. It's the source of the Oak Street. But yeah, it's beautiful. And I think it's very considerate of neighbors. It doesn't really impact anybody. And there's a major positive improvement for the neighborhood. So I could just support the project tonight.
Thank you, Tom. Lewis?
Yeah. Full-heartedly, this project meets the design review guidelines. It's absolutely a stunning cleanup for what is a much-needed repair for this home. It'll be a beautiful addition to the Oak Street lineup, and fully support the project.
Thank you, Lewis. And for my comments, I think this is a minimal ask. I think that was mentioned by other board members. I think that this is a neighborhood compatible project, modest addition, but a major improvement. Thank you for bringing forward a project that meets the design review criteria. I could also approve this project tonight. Do we have a motion?
Sure. I move that we adopt Resolution 2026-0395, approving design review 2026-0396 0395 for the property located at 795 Oak Street and find said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA Section 15301.
Second that.
Paula, roll.
Board Member Covney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Wow,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
Chair Balta.
Yes,
Motion is passed 5-0.
congratulations.
Yeah.
And for the next item, we have item 5.5, Design Review 2026-0461, 1268 Starlit Drive. Can I have the applicant please come up? Ex parte, please.
I just went by the property.
The site.
Yes, I visited the property. Just a second. Starlet.
Real
And
quick, I drove by the site.
go ahead.
I visited the site as well. Staff, can we have expedited on this one as well? Thank you, Claire. Please
Sure.
begin.
Hi, good evening. Item 5.5 is a design review request at 1268 Starlight. This is the project site zoned R1. This is the street view. So the proposed project is a spa and a pool in the backyard. There is grading component about 100 cubic yards outside of the pool just for leveling out the surface to create a barbecue area and putting some hardscape in the rear yard. So the project complies with all design review guidelines and the code. So staff's recommendations to adopt resolution 2026-0461, approving design review 2026-0461, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
And
Any
Chair-
questions?
Excuse me, Chair. I was looking at my notes and I also met with Mike Parker and the applicant. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Do we have any questions from the board?
I don't.
No questions from the board. With that, I open to public hearing to the applicant. You have 5 minutes, but you do not need to take all 5.
I don't think I'll need them. We designed a project just to enhance the enjoyment of the property for the family. The small pool is as much for fun and soaking as it is for therapy. We've opened up some spaces to make access better. And we're enhancing the beautiful canyon view from the front of the home. Right now, there's a wall that blocks that, and there's a little courtyard that's essentially a patio. We're opening that up so they can enjoy that view as well. It's a simple project. It doesn't impact anyone aside from the family, and we had fun putting it together, and I appreciate working with the city and getting to this point.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak pertaining to this matter? Seeing none, I return to the applicant for any more comments. You have 3 minutes.
I think we're good.
Okay. Board, do we have any questions of the applicant?
I don't.
No questions. We'll close the public hearing. Open for board deliberations. Who wants to begin?
I'll jump in on this one.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Louis.
Again, it's really simple design in nature. The impacts are very minimalistic. It's fully design review compatible, and I'm fully supportive of the project.
Thank you, Louis.
And I totally agree. And I think that in addition to that, I want to thank the applicant for saving some water. You know, a lot of the plants that you're going to be taking out, you're going to be replacing with more drought tolerant and fire safe plants. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Debbie.
I concur with the comments of my fellow board members. It looks like it's going to bring you a lot of pleasure, and it's in keeping with what's going on in the neighborhood, so I can support the project tonight.
Thank you, MJ. Tom?
I have nothing to add. Good project all around. I support it.
I also agree with my fellow colleagues, and I think this project can be approved tonight. Do we have a motion?
I can make a motion for item 5.5, Design Review 2026-0461, 1268 Starlight Drive, for approval to adopt resolution 2026-0461, approving Design Review 2026-0461. I said all that, CEQA Guidelines Section 15303. Sorry, I was a little redundant.
I'll second.
Hope you got all that.
Paula, roll.
Board Member Covney?
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs?
Yes.
Board Member Wah? Board
Yes.
Member Wah? Oh, there.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neave?
Yes.
Chair Balta?
Yes.
Motion is passed 5-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is item 5.6, 31652 Wildwood Road.
Yeah, this is.
Can we have the applicant come on up?
And I drove by the property.
Ex
Yeah.
parte? Thank you.
I also drove by the property.
I drove by the property and I met first at the property. I also, oh, wait, I'm wrong
This is
property.
Wildwood.
Wrong property, wrong property. I met the applicant team at the property. That's it.
Louis?
I visited the site and spoke on the phone with the architect team.
I visited the site as well.
Also, I also met the owner at the site.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Sammy, staff report presentation, you're up. Expedited, please.
Sure thing. Item 5.6 is a request for a variance at 31652 Wildwood Road, which is also known as 31656 Wildwood. It's located in the Village Community Zone on Wildwood Road, which is a privately maintained street. And the proposal before you tonight is meant as a supplemental request to the plans that were approved via admin design review in March. This variance is going to allow the applicant to maintain the existing site configuration as it relates to the parking. So currently he can park 2 cars perpendicular to the roadway without projecting further into the road than how parallel cars are parked. And you can see that here on the photo. And staff has made all the variance findings. We want to preserve the brick wall as well as the existing tree that's located on site, which is why we support this variance. And we are recommending approval of resolution 2026-0575. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sammy. Any questions from the board?
Nope. A question for staff. So in the packet, there was kind of an outline of the prior approval, but on the site plan, it showed parking on site that would accommodate 1 car. Can you elaborate on kind of where that was and what the difference between what we're approving tonight?
Sure. So the plans that were approved via admin DR did include parking on site because there was a requirement to provide at least 1 on-site parking space because they were making changes to a non-conforming structure. We had some neighbor pushback about getting rid of the brick wall and also putting the roots of the tree in danger. So we had approved that with the site plan and the car on site, fully on site, while also recommending to the applicant that they pursue a variance to keep the parking the way it is, because we just felt like the code was trying to get at something that wasn't really as helpful as it was harmful, if that makes sense.
So if we just in theory, we haven't had our discussion, but if we deny the variance, they can go back to the project that has the parking spot already approved.
Correct. They can apply for their building permit tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board members?
Just to clarify, and with full disclosure, I had asked staff to, if there were any other variances in the vicinity, and there's one, and I read that variance, and the requirements really didn't say that this is also because neighbors got variances. It stated that they suggested approval for that variance, which did get approved based on, that was kind of the pattern of development, so to speak, in that area. And I'm struggling with the findings, just to clarify. So the findings would be because, yes, there's all kinds of small lots and goofy shaped lots in the vicinity, but it's really because of the decorative brick and the preservation of a tree. Is that correct?
I think you could argue that they're all factors that relate to this. I mean, they were able to put a parking space on site because, as you saw, there is area of the lot that is not covered by a structure.
Right.
But the arborist that the applicant hired did seem concerned about the grading that was required for the parking pad, and that sort of came about in the conversation in admin DR.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, Debbie. Any other board questions?
Nope.
Thank you. With that, I open the public hearing to the applicant. You have 5 minutes.
Probably not going to take 5 minutes. Anyway, so yeah, we believe that this request preserve a long-standing functional parking condition that already exists, and the addition is relatively small. It's only 290 square feet that we're adding. So our key factors is that it's existing parking condition that has existing for decades. The parking is partially within the private road. It's not a public road, so it's really just for the owners or people who occupy the houses. So there is no safety or circulation issues. And by providing the parking on site, it would require, again, removing the brick wall that was existing there before, as well as the tree that it will significantly impact the view that we have at the moment of the street. So that's about it. Want to add something?
The biggest concern is losing a major portion of the only yard that the homeowner currently has. It's a small lot, small property. There's a decent amount of yard space right now, but if we are introducing this parking spot into it, he's losing almost 40 to 50% of it.
Okay, thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on item 5.6, please line up at the podium. Seeing none, I return to the applicant for their more additional comments, if you have any.
No.
No comments. Board, do we have any questions of the applicant or?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, when I was at the site and with the owner, may have been your husband, from looking at the plan, you probably know what I'm going to say. Looking at the plan, the corner of the house of the addition comes right up to I love the name. It's called a crazy quilt wall. I love the crazy quilt. So it comes up right to the crazy quilt wall, and you're going to have the 3-foot setback needed there. And so what we talked about is, to the extent that you need to remove any of the quilt wall to make that work, you would replace it at approximately the same height to the contour of the parking area. I just want to make sure you're agreeable to that.
Correct. So we'll replace it to the same height, but after speaking with the homeowner, he might not really want to do a new crazy quilt wall. He's thinking about some other alternatives. He is thinking about redoing some of his yard over there. Right now, there's some grading and leveling issues. There's a few different levels.
But you need it for continuity. You're only going to be taking out like about 4 or 5 feet of it's like not even a foot tall there. Is that right?
Correct. But if you also notice, the fence over there is falling apart. So we're most likely going to do some stuff over there in the front yard, redoing his fence, redoing his patio area with the.
Well, if the purpose for the variance is to maintain the crazy quilt wall, I think I have an issue with that. Anyway, that was my question. Just so the board understands, part of it needs to be removed, but it's, a foot tall there. All right.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have any other questions? Louis? Okay.
Variance here because, can I start?
Yeah, no, so we'll close the public hearing. Tom, you can start.
Yeah, let me just talk about the variance here. There's the findings require us to find special circumstances enjoyed by other owners that you would be deprived of from this variance. And I see 2 that gets us over that. you know, I think there's motivation to get over that because it is their only yard. The tree is beautiful. I think the neighborhood enjoys the tree. Crazy Quit Wall, I know Ann Christoph loves that stuff, and I think a lot of South Laguna people, because you see a lot of that stuff around. So I'm sensitive to that as well. But we do need to find grounds. And the two grounds here do one thing, the unusual condition of the lot where the primary yard and an old tree, which other people in the neighborhood enjoy, would, if there was code compliance, require the loss of that. You would be denied a privilege that other owners have. The second aspect is the parking. I mean, I drove around that neighborhood. There is parking in, worse than that. I mean, there's a lot of odd parking. And I view that as somewhat of a special privilege as part of the neighborhood. And while we would love to see it conform to code, I think the fact that other neighbors enjoy similar oddities and maybe even crazy quilt walls, that I find that, at least for me, I can make the findings. But I would require since the purpose for this is partly the wall, that whatever portion is removed is reinstalled at another location for continuity of that wall to match the existing, to be contiguous with the existing wall. I would require that for my approval. So I wanted to let everybody know how I saw the variance.
Thank you, Tom. MJ?
Yeah, I concur with Board Member Gibbs and his findings. I appreciate you digging into that, and also concur with his conditions related to the brick wall. And so I can support the project tonight based on those findings, and it's definitely neighborhood compatible. It's South Laguna still flipping over to some new things, but keeping some of those old historical elements are really fun, and I appreciate it. So I can support it tonight.
Thank you, MJ. Debbie?
I'm struggling. I am struggling. I appreciate what Board Member Gibbs said, because I think I think it's a stretch, but I think I think that when you look at keeping provided the continuity is kept and provided that that tree is protected and throughout construction, so that it doesn't oops, it all of a sudden went away and now we have a bigger yard, or whatever. I think that, I would have a lot of heartburn if that happened. So as long as that tree is actually protected by an arborist and the continuity of the wall is there, since that would be a right enjoyed by others. Finding number one, I mean, I think that the lot is unusual, but I would love to be able to sort of condition a safety point. I'm thinking, if everyone really just, pushed out a little bit into a private road and we had to have emergency vehicles, I struggle with that a little bit. So that's why I asked the question, is this truly for a tree and a brick wall, so I'd like to hear what the other two board members say before I make my final.
Thank you, Debbie. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, South Laguna has its unique heritage and its, the small lots and those kind of things. I think in general, from my perspective on the board, we've always tried to at least achieve one parking spot in some conformity on some of these smaller, older lots. And I think I need to stay consistent with that, especially because I was having such a hard time, acknowledging that, normally we've created these variances for no parking on the lot when you can demonstrate that parking can't be accommodated on the site. I think the fact that you already have an approved plan that already accommodates parking on the site, I think is inconsistent to what a variance really is, because most of the homes up and down the street, private street or not, have a garage or their own parking on their parcel. I don't see an odd shape to the lot that restricts it. There's clearly the open space on the lot that allows for the space to be accommodated. So for me, the variance is a no. The crazy brick component I think is cool, but those crazy brick walls, we've approved those in the past where they've been, pulled apart from the mortar and those bricks have still been used. You can still recreate that crazy brick look and feel, and incorporate that into your existing, parking design components, because there are some gratings and some small garden walls. So that crazy brick look could be maintained by the ownership and probably enhanced for the community. The tree, it's a pretty large tree on a small lot. Hopefully it can be saved with the new parking spot, but frankly, it's close to the property. If this was probably a full new construction, that tree probably wouldn't be there. But if it can be saved, great. But I don't see the need for a variance, and don't see the findings to be articulated well enough to support it.
Thank you, Louis. I wanted to briefly open up the public hearing. I've got a question for staff pertaining to the brick wall on the north side. Are cars able to park there in the current condition?
Parallel park?
Parallel park?
Yeah, there was one parked when I did my site visit.
Okay. Yeah, so I think if, with all things considered, I tend to lean toward not approving this variance. I think there was a plan that was brought before for a administrative design review hearing. I think if we were hearing this through the full DRB package with the home addition considered, I think we would look to get that spot. And I think that having it within the property makes a ton of sense for this area. Having lived in South Laguna for a couple years, just walking up and down here, getting some kind of continuity as these projects come for restoration and remodels, I think is going to go a long way to preserving that charm in Laguna. So I cannot make the findings for the variance tonight.
Yeah, can I just make one pitch? Because it's kind of a 3-2. The real guts of this thing is the backyard. I mean, you're forcing a car in there and changing, which for a family is not having a backyard essentially. And at the same time, this parking's been there forever. I mean, I don't think it's a stretch because other people have backyards there with non-conforming parking. I think that it's not just the wall. I think, certain people who love those walls in South Laguna want to preserve South Laguna, name unmentioned. It's really the backyard, you guys. And so by not approving it and forcing the car, the reason they're here on a variance is because they want to save their backyard. And if there's a ground to do it, I'm not asking the board to do anything, I've been a stickler for variance, consistently. And I thought about this because I anticipated this issue. And I think there is, as I stated, I wouldn't have stated those grounds if I wasn't sincere. But anyway, I'm making a little pitch. If it's on the fence, and I think, Deb, you were on the fence, maybe you want to lean in favor of giving this family a backyard. Anyway, that's my pitch. You guys vote the way you want.
Chair or Board Member Gibbs, sorry. I hear your appeal or your comments. I think in design, we're not requiring a covered parking spot would totally ruin that component of the utilization. I think with the right design, this parking spot could still be utilized as a parking spot and still utilizes kind of functioning yard space. You design it with more permeability versus just asphalting it. You make it look kind of more mixed use, which we've seen in other designs. Their functionality could still exist for yard space. Put a table and chairs out there, and for a night you still get that kind of those kind of uses. I don't think you know, maybe the creativity in the first design was the right balance of that, but I think they can achieve both use and functionality for parking with kind of the shape and design of what they proposed prior.
Yeah, I agree with that, Louis. I'll go ahead and make a motion unless there's any other comments. I'd like
So,
to-
yeah, sorry, I just want to make sure that, so the proposal is one of approval. So I just want to be sure if it's going to go the other way, it's going to be direct staff to come back with a resolution of denial at a future meeting based off of the reasons articulated. Once again, not trying to put my finger on the scale if that's what's going to be the direction.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff for a resolution of denial for variance 2026-0575 for item number 5.6 at address 31652 Wildwood Road.
It made it.
And then I just want to be sure, so staff has been here, we've heard some of the comments. It may be beneficial, once again, you guys are going to see this again, to articulate some findings, some reasons such that myself and staff can accurately reflect that in any potential resolution that comes back to you all.
Do you want to take a stab at the findings? The findings?
Or you can highlight ones that you cannot make, or.
Yeah, we can't
highlight-
make
yeah.
the, we can't.
I think again, actually, they can't make not that I'm advocating for this, because I'm gonna vote no, but it's the absence of being able to make the findings. So they can say that the factual evidence presented does not establish the findings necessary for the variance. Are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
And draw up a resolution to that effect, have it reviewed by the chair before it's signed.
What if we?
Well, hang on, no, we're going to, once again, because it's one of denial, we want to make sure that it comes back to the full board, not for a rehearing. And so, but what, and I understand that concept.
But if you want to come back.
No, yeah, I mean, because and once again, I'll defer to Bill. I think it's a good idea to come back only because we didn't have it before. The applicant should have that kind of full reason to say, hey, that's not what the board said last time, so on and so forth. But I do want to drill down on that one issue. I understand that a resolution of denial on a variance is the lack of the ability to make certain findings. If there's a few that we can specifically point to, not give me reasons as to why it's not, but just saying we cannot make finding
items,
3, 4,
yeah.
is
Yeah, well, all
maybe
right,
better.
let's hold the motion for a second.
Well,
You want
I was
to-
going to say, Mr.
Okay.
Donegan, I was going to say, we're not quite sure that it's denied yet.
No, I agree.
I mean, I think that if
Do you want me to make a motion then?
you make a motion and then if it becomes a denial, isn't that when you direct staff?
Well, correct, but usually if a motion is made and then seconded, and once again, I didn't want to put my finger, sometimes it goes directly to Paula, sometimes you guys debate it. I just wanted to put it out there. If I overstepped, I apologize,
No,
Chair,
you're
I apologize.
Okay.
I think the finding that can't be made is finding number 4. The granting of such variance will not be contrary to the objectives of the zoning ordinance or the general plan. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff for a resolution of denial for variance 2026-0575 31 at the site located at 31652 Wildwood Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call. Paula?
Board Member Coveney,
No?
Board Member Gibbs,
No.
Board Member Wall,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
Chair Balta.
Yes.
Motion is passed 3-2.
And so for the applicant, just to be sure that we will bring back a resolution, so that resolution is not final tonight.
Really silly.
It'll be at the next hearing.
Thank you, Pat. Next item on the agenda, item number 5.7, design review 2025-2408. Coastal Development Permit 2025-2407 for the site located at 610 Mystic View. Can the applicant team please come up to the podium or to the chair? Ex parte, please.
I met with Horst at the site. I also met with Rij Das, and that's it.
I did the same. MJ or Debbie, ex parte?
I went to the site, I met with the applicant, I met with many neighbors, and I met with Horst, who was
So did I. I did a site visit with Horst and met with Raj Das, with Trish Marigold, with Guy Johnson, and with some other neighbors that showed up, and I didn't get their names, and I thought I would, but anyway, quite a
Thank
few.
you. Thank you, Debbie. Louis?
Same as Chair.
Thank you. Now we'd like to continue to the staff presentation. Matthew, take us away.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Chair and members of the board, for welcoming me. My name is Matthew Kilroy. Tonight we'll be discussing item 5.7, which is a request for design review and coastal development permit at 610 Mystic View. This is a second substantive design review board hearing, the first being January 22nd of this year. Staff has received several public correspondences as well as several site visit requests. The project site has a land use designation of village low density and located in the R1 zone. This is a site plan. The applicant is proposing to construct a new 3-story, 5,096 square foot single-family dwelling, attached 483 square foot 2-car garage, 264 square foot 1-car garage, 1,196 square feet of elevated deck area, grading, retaining walls, pool and spa, pond, and landscaping. New vehicular access will be provided from Mystic View to the attached garages. The allowable building site coverage is 35% for this property. The proposal has been reduced from 32.2% at the January 22nd DRB hearing to the currently proposed 26.27%. This is a section view illustrating the 3-story design that steps down the sloped property. This is a breakdown of the overall DRB concerns stemming from the first substantive DRB hearing on January 22nd. The concerns included mass and scale, neighborhood compatibility, design articulation, privacy, glazing and lighting, decks and outdoor areas, pool and retaining wall, and landscaping. Since then, the applicant has proposed significant revisions to mitigate these concerns, including reduced habitable floor area by 1,001 square feet, a 16.41% reduction, stepped upper level back 8 feet towards Mystic View, increased south side yard setback from 4 feet to 8 feet, removed north side wraparound decking, reduced deck around by 100 square feet, reduced exterior glazing by 388 square feet, which is a 16.72% reduction, added slatted wood screens, shifted pool terrace 8 feet uphill, thus reducing wall height from 18 feet to 13 feet, and incorporated a living wall, retained existing acacia tree, replaced deteriorating coastal live oak, and ensured off-site eucalyptus tree would not be impacted. This rendering illustrates the pool area of the proposed single-family residence. This rendering illustrates the view from the rear of the property and showcases the living by a wall. And in conclusion, staff has found that the project is in compliance with the design review guidelines, development standards, and required findings in that it does not substantively impair views, privacy, and will be compatible with the development present in the neighborhood. Staff recommends that the board adopt resolution number 25-2408, findings that action exempt from CEQA. Staff, along with the applicant, will be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions from the board? No questions from the board. With that, I open a public hearing to the applicant. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Design Review Board members and city staff. I'm Horst Knoppenberger. I'm project architect for Abbas Kashanaya. It's kind of like Knoppenberger a little bit. Hope I didn't butcher that too badly. Really grateful, for the time that you spent with us at the site. That was, it was, very, very important. We do appreciate it. When you're building on a vacant site in an area of town where there's, which is substantially developed, there's always going to be, a myriad of issues that begin to unfold. And, we committed ourselves to addressing those issues head on, the issues that were expressed by the Design Review Board, the issues that were expressed by the neighbor. In fact, one of the first things we did after the first hearing
is a couple days later, Trish and Guy, who live below the property, hosted a neighborhood meeting. A boss was at the meeting. I'm also here with John Claudio, our project manager. At that meeting, we sort of unpacked a variety of revisions that we were contemplating to address concerns. And as we left the meeting, while we can't speak for the neighbors, we felt that there was a positive shift in their perspective. And so we went forward with those revisions, and they were outlined very articulately by Matthew. We really do appreciate that. So let's maybe start with the presentation. This is the front elevation. Several feet below the height limit. We broke the garages up. We tried to, rather than seeing garage doors, we tried to conceal the garage doors in the architecture, and keep the front elevation very simple and respectful to the neighbors who live above. Next slide, please. In this rendering, the terrace that's on the opposite side of the pool, we pulled that back 8 feet to reduce the height of that wall as seen from down below. And then we turned that, as Matthew mentioned, we turned that into a green wall. We eliminated the wraparound decks in deference to privacy concerns that the adjacent neighbors to the north had mentioned. We pushed back the upper level 8 feet, which I thought was a very significant change because Tom Bundy, who lives immediately to the south, lives in probably one of the only single-story houses in the neighborhood. And pulling back the upper level really helped him to preserve or to gain more lateral view. And it also helped some of the neighbors down the street to maintain the lateral views that they cherish. So and the other thing about pulling back the upper level is, as seen from below, and there was an image that Matthew showed us, you don't see the upper level because the upper level is pushed back, which is clearly, the intention of the Hillside Design Guidelines. In fact, it was only maybe 10 years ago or so where, we had to apply the additional building setback in the rear to achieve that effect. So next slide, please. Just very quickly, I'll go through these. This is the upper level, and red is where we pulled back. The ocean would be up at the top of the plan. The street is at the bottom, just to kind of give you an idea of where those changes occurred. Pulled back the upper level, reduced the floor area. Next slide. This is the mid-level. These are areas where we made reductions. Next slide. And the basement level, you can see in red where those reductions were made. Next slide, please. This one's really important, and I really spend a lot of time with the neighbors. So once again, we had a neighborhood meeting yesterday, and we talked a lot about these things. With the reduction in floor area, our current floor area ratio, which is you take the site area and you divide it by the proposed floor area of 5,096 square feet. It's a 10,618 foot property. Our FAR is 47.99. We canvassed 26 adjacent properties. We didn't cherry pick. We just took the immediate 26 properties and using city records and real estate records, we found that the average FAR in the neighborhood is 42%. So we're about a little less than 5 percentage points over in terms of pattern of development. Do I have time left, or is that the buzzer? Oh, thank you. Next slide, please. These are the deck reductions on the right. This is where we reduce the wraparound decks to maintain better privacy with the neighbors.
Or you'll have a little bit more time.
Oh, hey, great. Awesome. Thank you. I'll go quickly. Next slide, please.
Sorry, on the rebuttal, you have more time.
Oh,
Sorry.
perfect. That's
Sorry.
great. Yeah, we're good.
Thank
you.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay, moving on to members of the public that wish to speak. Any members of the public, please line up at the podium. You'll have 2 minutes. Please, when you come to the podium, announce your name and your address. Come on up, please.
I guess I got nominated to go first. Anyway, the architects have been very communicative, and we acknowledge that. So part of this is Matthew, could you put my slide up on the density? So part of this is just where do people want this neighborhood to go? They're using a comp set that suggests much bigger homes than what really prevails from our house. By the way, my name is Guy Johnson, and I'm representing 506 and 508 Mystic Way. I've met everyone on the design review board, so I assume they knew that. So if you look at our comp set, it's much different. So this home is going to be about 48% bigger than our comp set, which uses houses on the street. If you look at the homes below us and next to us, most of them are much smaller homes. And if the vision is down the road to have gigantic houses on top of people, then that's the vision, and that makes sense, and that so be it. You know, high density neighborhood, all that. The house is beautiful, as everyone can see if you like that architecture. They have accommodated some things. They did reduce the house from 6,000 feet to 5,000 feet on a 10,800 square foot lot, and there's about 8,700 square feet of mass. There is one thing I do want to point out that Horst just said. He said and I don't know, I hope this isn't right, but you just said the pool wall was coming down on the stakes, right? You said it was coming down inside?
You can address questions.
The chair, just address the questions here, they'll ask.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'd like to give you each one of these exhibits because we have it actually going
Good.
up, and the pool wall going up and the house going up in height. So hopefully that can be verified not to be true.
Thank you, Guy. And
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Bungie, and I am the homeowner of 600 Mystic View, which is the property adjacent to 610 on the east side. Or, as an unnamed board member from the January 22nd meeting referred to it as an old dated home that will be demolished at some point. That being said, I truly do appreciate the time and effort that the board has spent meeting with our neighborhood, reviewing our concerns on the 610 property. I also appreciate the neighborhood meetings set up by Horst, John Clardo, and his office. There have been changes since the January meeting, as Horst and Matthew have noted. However, it is still a very large property for our immediate neighborhood, too large in my opinion. While the livable square footage has been reduced, the deck space was only marginally reduced to 1,200 square feet, which, by the way, is greater than the livable square footage of my home immediately next door. On the upper level, the deck is now 750 square feet. My ask is that this be reduced and that a privacy deck rail be utilized on the east side of that deck. Thank you for your time.
thank you. Any other speakers, please come up.
My name is Paulette Oster, and I reside at 592 Mystic Way. I am concerned that the decision to approve the project at 610 Mystic View may have already been made. In our conversations with Horst yesterday, he indicated that he had already secured support from 4 of the 5 board members. If the outcome has effectively been predetermined, it leaves little room for our input to meaningfully influence the decision. While the project may meet the city's rules and regulations, these standards do not fully account for the significant impact the home size has on neighboring properties. From my living room, the structure occupies a substantial portion of my view. It seems reasonable that the design could be set back or reduced to lessen this impact. Although each neighbor has their own specific concerns, there appears to be a shared belief that the project should be scaled back to better address its effect on surrounding homes. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that the board not approve the project in its current form. Thank you for your time and consideration. And then I was just given this picture of what I will be looking at from my living room sofa. And it significantly takes out a large portion. And I'm not asking that the whole thing be moved way back. I'm just asking for a section of it to be moved back. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I just wanted to address the comment pertaining to predetermined. Nothing is predetermined prior to this hearing, this public hearings. So if things were said, that it doesn't affect our decision making here tonight. Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, my name is Ray Amador. I live at 592 Mystic Way. And several months ago, back on January, pointed out that for the first review here on this property, I lost my home in Laguna Beach on October 27th, 1993. Went through the design review process, ended up being the second home built in Laguna Beach. Part of it was the neighbors asked for me to impose the string line. That was one question that a neighbor asked me to do, and I immediately accommodated, moved back the entire property about 3 feet. That entire conversation took about 15 minutes, and we moved on, and we got the second permit. All we're asking for here is that Paulette doesn't have that view of a property, and we can put this into the, and they can have, a very similar picture was filed the other day with the design review board. The numbers of square footage that Horace just talked about are correct, except you have to look at the average home on that street is substantially smaller. There's one home that approaches that. One home out of, you said somewhere 20 to 30 homes that he averaged. So it is massive. That was the first conclusion that the city planner put up tonight. That was again addressed at the prior design review. It is massive. All we're asking for is a real scale back. The reduction in square footage that occurred was, and I spoke with him yesterday about this, inhabitable space, but there still is a deck there. There still is a deck.
Thank you, Ray. Any other speakers?
Hello. I just get that, sorry. Dear members of the Design Review Board, my name is Reej Das, and we are the immediate neighbor residing at 616 Mystic View. Our objection to the project at 610 Mystic View is limited to 3 specific elements where the current design creates excessive massing and directly impacts our privacy. First, the pool placement and privacy impact. We appreciate the clarification of the pool corner. However, the pool is excessive, and the corner of the proposed pool is positioned in a way that creates a direct line of sight into our bedroom. Given its proximity to the property line and the elevation of the site, this results in a significant and ongoing privacy intrusion. We respectfully request that the pool be reconfigured and pulled back to eliminate this direct overlooks condition. Number 2, upper level deck. The proposed upper level deck is excessively large, measuring approximately 13 by 56 feet, and functions as a substantial elevated gathering space outside of a secondary bedroom and office space. Its scale and orientation create direct views into our deck and primary outdoor living area, significantly impacting our privacy. This element appears inconsistent with prior design review board guidance to reduce the overall footprint and the intensity of the deck pool area. We respectfully request a meaningful reduction in size and are redesigned to mitigate these impacts. Third, the proposed bedroom window, which is 8 by 8 feet on the upper level that directly faces our son's bedroom, creates a significant privacy intrusion. The city's guideline encourages window placement and design that protects neighboring privacy, particularly where there are direct sight lines into habitable rooms. We respectfully request that this window be reduced to the minimum size necessary to meet egress requirements or redesigned, that is, with obscured glazing or repositioned, to eliminate direct views into our son's bedrooms. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
My name is Paul McManus. I'm the homeowner of 512 Mystic Way, which is to the southwest corner of 610 here, of Mystic View. I support everything that has, all the words that came expressing the overall bulk of the structure. And it seems to be, when you look at it from below, at least from the, from the lines that are up there right now, it looks like it's just standing straight up, and you're looking at a giant 5-story structure, just a precipice on the hill. And it just doesn't fit with the architecture. I mean, it's not the architecture, the size of the buildings around it, that's all. And anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Any other speakers?
Sure. Hi, I'm Trish Mangold, 506 Mystic Way. I appreciate working with the team here and for the design review board members that have appeared and worked with us and heard us out. And I think we're saying a lot about this neighborhood compatibility. The average home, approximately 3,179 square feet. This proposed home is approximately 5,100 square feet. On top of that, we have decking and meaningful living space. So we're looking at 1,200 square feet of decking. Needs to be taken into consideration. This is going to be meaningful outdoor, indoor living space that's in usable footprint and visual presence of the home. This would be nice to see some meaningful reductions in this and further pullback where possible. We talked about the FAR patterns. I think we're at 47%. I think we all agree that's what the proposed project's at. And what I guess their average, they're seeing 43%. That's a 5% upgrade of overbuilding. So if this pattern continues for future development, imagine what we could see in Mystic, not congruent with our charm and scale of Mystic. So I feel like that should be taken into consideration, not just the livable square footage of the home, but the outdoor living space, which makes it meaningful presence and massing in our neighborhood. The rear elevation and slope sensitivity, this is a south-facing slope. The rear elevation is perched right there. I know they pulled back a little bit, which is nice, and we acknowledge that, and I thank you guys for working with us on that. But the green wall, I would like to see that continued across below the pool as well. It is a nice effect for that area, the point where it's closer to the McManus property, which I think will be beautiful, and thank you for doing that. And the height clarification, I don't know if the story pole mapping is wrong. I think I'm out of time, but okay. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Trish. Any other speakers? Come on up. Any speakers? Okay, seeing none, I will return it to the applicant for their rebuttal. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the neighbors for, once again, taking time to, enter into a dialogue with us and review the plans with us. A little bit taken back by what, Paulette said. I never in no way told her that the board, was in support of the project. As far as I went with that statement is that when we met yesterday evening, it was a bit disappointing because we felt like we made meaningful changes and we still hit a large wall of opposition. So what I said is I just had 5 meetings with board members that went very positive, and that's about as far as I went with that statement. So next slide, please. We did some additional things, based upon the meetings that we had with the board members this week and based upon the meetings we had with the neighbors, we're offering to do some additional things that we think would be meaningful. Next slide, please.
Hey, hang on, Horace. Please keep the commentary down to a minimum. Let's give him a couple extra seconds of time. Thank you.
Let's go forward just a couple. I want to get to the slides where okay, so in this slide, let's go to the landscape plan, please. A couple more slides forward. Oh, here's the landscape plan. So in the landscape plan, we're proposing to pull the pool back an additional 4 feet away from the property to the north to help with privacy. We are in a high fire severity zone, so there are limitations in terms of trees, but we are adding, we have added three plumeria trees with their canopies, full growth canopies, being 10 feet apart to create more privacy to the property to the north. The window that's in question, as I mentioned to Raj and his family, that window is pretty much at ground level. It's on average, that window is about 2 feet above the ground. It doesn't look into their bedroom windows. It actually looks into a very unattractive space underneath their driveway. We have less glazing on that side than they currently enjoy. But we did make that window smaller, and we brought plans with us to reflect that. We're willing to reduce the width of that window by 2 feet. In terms of Trish and Guy's concerns, we staked the lower property line. We determined what trees that are existing and providing privacy are within the property and which ones aren't. We're maintaining that tree in the middle, which is kind of in an ochre color. And then the other trees, we were proposing naked coral trees in that area, but after meeting with the neighbors last night, their preference is for olive trees. So we'd like to change those trees to olive trees, and we're willing to do that. One of the board members mentioned that we should maybe propose a podocarpus hedge at the bottom of the property. So we've added a continuous podocarpus hedge at the bottom of the property. And all of those things are reflected in this plan. Should you be willing, to make these revisions a condition of approval, we have plans, to make it more clear for you.
Thank you, Horst.
Thank you.
Board, do we have any questions of the
I have
applicant? Go ahead, Tom.
I'm sure we all do. All right, Horst, start with the podocarpus at the bottom. That was my idea, potential. I suggested it. How high, how high is that hedge going to be?
We're thinking that about 8 feet. Podocarpus along the coast seems to do really well at about that height. We certainly see examples of podocarpus taller than that. We don't want to make it too massive either, because we are going through a lot of effort adding these additional olive trees, adding the podocarpus, adding aloe and ice plant for slope stabilization. There's a lot baked into that landscape plan.
Yeah, I asked you to do kind of a line of sight because we talked about softening the view from 506
yes.
and 508. Did you do that?
We did. We have a couple images that are line of sight
Can you
images.
pull up the line of sight?
Matthew,
could see.
it's the one that shows the green, this one right here. So this rendering is based upon an earlier meeting we had with Trish and Guy when we're standing at their property below. The green wall, we pulled that terrace back 8 feet to reduce the height of the wall.
But what we were talking about is even softening it more because they see a lot of building overhanging their property. I know you pulled the third story back and I appreciate that. But the idea was because trees were coming out down below, they have some trees on their property on the, on the left-hand side facing this way. But you were going to add stuff on the right-hand side to even further kind of block or mask the second story that we see there.
No, we appreciate that. So when we met with Trish and Guy last night on their property, looking up at the subject site, we saw that there's kind of a gap where there's really no vegetation, where there's the most potential exposure to see our project. And then when we reviewed the landscape plan, we're actually placing 3 olive trees, within that gap. So, we walked away from that meeting thinking, or at least feeling, that the olive trees don't show in this rendering because we don't, this was sort of more about the architecture and how you see.
No, I understand that. You're asking for a lot of program here. And, we'll talk about whether it's neighborhood compatible, certainly on the higher side of neighborhood compatible. I think you would agree with me there. And, I would like to see how what you're adding with respect to landscaping is going to soften what we see here. And I don't know that we have that. All right, let me go to another question. The width of the pool, could you pull up the plan, the site plan with the swimming pool pulled back and the landscaping there. And this is to deal with the concern of Mr. Doss. So you're pulling it back 4 feet. How wide is the swimming pool right now with the pullback?
We'll check that dimension and
It looks like if that's 4 feet, it's probably in the neighborhood of 30 feet. Would that be, maybe you can look.
I think we're pretty close to 30 feet, but we can give you an accurate
Okay.
dimension.
And then what landscaping are you adding on that side?
Yeah.
And how high is that?
Right. So
to
at the
supplement?
north end of the pool, this evening, we brought back a revised landscape plan that would add 3 white flowering plumeria trees. Once again, we're in a high fire severity zone. So we chose plumeria because we felt that they were very complementary to
Okay, how tall and?
plumeria trees, and here in Laguna, probably 8 to 10 feet,
8 to 10
maximum
feet.
height.
Okay, let me see.
The average will.
And then the upper level deck, I think it's 13 feet by 56 feet. That's.
Yeah, what happened with that deck, if I could just explain, is we pulled back, the house steps down the hill. So we pulled back the upper level, but that horizontal plane that the upper level was sitting on actually goes out to support glass. So when we pulled back the upper level, it actually created more deck. It was an unintended, consequence. We do have a large green roof on the north end of that deck. That's adjacent to the property to the north. And if the board,
Could you pull up that? My computer broke, so if you could pull up that. Yeah, this is helpful. This is what I'm saying. All right, so it's going on top. Do you have the rendering? Could you pull up the rendering showing me that condition? No, the rendering. Because I've got the elevation here. Yeah, there's a rendering that shows that 3rd-story deck pretty well. Yeah, that's good. That's the one. Wait, scroll down. Okay. So basically that deck, Horace, if you could look at this for a second.
Sure.
The deck increased from the last presentation, the 3rd floor deck that we're seeing here.
Yeah, so what?
Okay,
once
let me
again,
ask the question first,
Sure.
and then you can respond. So the deck is in part on top of an overhang for the 2nd story, right? So you could pull back the overhang and pull back the deck?
If we pulled back the overhang, it would pull back the deck. But I mean, as you can see, the overhang is a large part of the architecture. I mean, how about just putting a green roof on part of that? We are proposing.
No, I get the proposal. I just want to make sure. I thought it was on top of building, but it's on top of an architectural element that's an
Yes.
overhang. And I'm not diminishing that. I just wanted to understand.
We thought it was more important to pull back the upper level, and we did that. However, once again, it was an unintended consequence.
Okay.
It resulted in more deck area. The upper
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Can I ask, on that same upper level deck, there was obviously the question raised from the neighbor about a privacy wall or screen. Could is it board form concrete that's kind of that extending wall? Can that be extended to kind of give that privacy? You know what I'm talking about, privacy screens.
I do, and the answer is yes, absolutely. We could do that. When our primary view is frontal. We're not looking for a lateral or a sideways view.
Something that works
I can follow that.
So it's going to be on the if staff can pull up A2, I think it's A2 from the plan set.
What is the depth of the green roof? Can you get,
we're talking about the upper level. I think this will help articulate it.
A2 what?
It's A2.0. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. This is the upper level deck that I think you were describing. I think, Horst, when we spoke, the green green roof on the right side. We were hoping you could kind of extend that further and maybe have a reduction in the length of the deck.
Yes.
And then the comments from the public comment tonight was on the left side of the plan to create that privacy wall that
Yes.
makes a more solid kind of railing. Maybe it stair steps a little bit. So as it gets further out, it's a little more open. But if a component like that could be achieved, I think that would satisfy what the neighbors
Thank you,
south
Louis.
was requesting.
I mean, 100%. And in fact, when I met with Raj and his family yesterday, I thought maybe one of the solutions, since that deck did grow, would be to pull that green roof back to the midpoint of the sliding doors off that bedroom in the upper right-hand corner. That way you can still walk out onto the deck. And that would increase that green roof or the width, the sort of north to south width of the green roof by about 8 feet to about, I think, 12 or 13 feet. What would this dimension be from there, from here to here?
It's 4 and 6, it's a 10 feet.
Yeah, so we would have an area of green roof that would be about 10 feet north to south. So nobody could stand on that portion of the deck and
Okay, so
interrupt.
I don't have the benefit of my computer. So
Okay.
are you saying on the Raj or Rij side, you're going to do not a deck, you're going to do a green area?
Yeah, it's currently a green area. It's a little hard to see, Tom, but in the upper right-hand corner, Matthew could
So you can
point that
expand
out.
that.
So right now, that's a green roof, which is about 4 feet wide.
Oh, I get it.
We would extend that green roof to the left, all the way to the midpoint of those sliders off that bedroom number 1. And so that the
Oh, I
sort of
see.
left
Okay.
to right width
think
of that
that's-
green roof would be about 10 feet. So
That'll,
nobody would even be close.
that'll help with the privacy
And we're
issue
happy with
on that side. Okay, I get it.
Or
Thank
I was trying to follow what you were saying earlier. Can a reduction of the deck from how far out it extends also occur?
Yeah, I think that's going to be
I mean,
important for me.
It
so
is
you know.
physically possible, but part of the sort of language, if you will, of the architecture is we're trying to create lightness on the hill, not these heavy, buildings that we so often see. And so the cantilever decks, the cantilevered roofs, the vertical walls of stone, the glass, physically, 100% physically it is possible. I just think we give up a lot of the architecture. I mean, we would much rather architecturally, because we're trying to create something of beauty. And I mean, I think we would be
Could
more
the green
inclined to.
roof be wrapped around and then, create the space, and the railings be pulled in?
Yeah, no, we could do that as well if you wanted like.
Because there
the
is that
final-
element that we talked about that, some of these decks create that reverse awning effect. So for the people down below, even though they're seeing the deck, they're not able to really be looking into the house. So the lighting and glare of the house all gets, reduced by having kind of some of these longer planes like you're talking about for houses that sit so far below it. It also creates some privacy because there's the buffer that people aren't quite all the way to the edge. Granted, this is a deck that's, connected to a bedroom and an office and kind of more architecturally in style.
Right now, Louis, I'm looking at the deck and it's 13 feet in depth toward the ocean. What if we took the oceanward edge of the deck and made a continuous 4-foot green roof and set the glass guardrail back 4 feet? So we'd still have the benefit of the cantilever for aesthetics, but we'd have a much smaller deck effectively at the upper level.
I could be encouraged by that kind of solve.
So that would bring, it's 13.
13
So
feet.
bring it to
So
like
you
9
bring it
feet
back to
wide.
9 feet
So the deck would be
wide.
9 feet deep, and we'd have a 4-foot roof all along
And the rail, I need to think about
the
this.
railing would be set back 4 feet as well.
Okay, so the railing would be at the deck edge and then it would be green. Okay, I get it.
Correct.
Thanks.
Okay.
Clever.
Any other questions?
I did have one question. Horst, did the mechanical space change from last hearing to this hearing, or was it still consistent? And can you walk me through a couple of the components of the mechanical spaces?
Be happy to do that. The mechanical space at the lower level is in the area. It did change, yes, but it's in that area where you would expect mechanical space to be. It's in the lower right-hand corner of that lower level floor plan. It's probably on average like 15 feet. Sorry, it's one level down below this. Oh,
Yeah, there's mechanical on all 3 levels.
Okay, so we have mechanical at the basement level, and this is probably 15 feet underground. And then we have mechanical above in the same location below the garage. It actually kind of mimics the size of the garage, and that would be serving 2 levels. And one of the things that we've encountered lately, you know, with these houses and all the technology and everything is you can't get enough mechanical space, AV space, mechanical, photovoltaic, equipment. So that mechanical room does serve 2 levels.
Louis, does that answer your question?
What are the ceilings in these spaces? I mean, this one right here on the mid-level is almost the size of another bedroom.
Yeah.
Not that I'm complaining because it is kind of buried in the hill. I just
Yes.
kind of want to understand, there's a lot of cut, a lot of fill, and how it's all balanced as it goes from one to the next.
Yeah, these are all really good questions. I mean, one of the things we're up against is a 30-foot height limit from finished floor to top of structure at any point. And so what you end up getting is pretty low ceilings overall. I think in general, we have 9-foot ceilings at each level. Is that correct? 9 foot?
Average.
Yeah, on average. Some of the rooms have 8-foot ceilings, but when you have a 30-foot height limit, you try to have 3 stories, and there's quite a few 3-story houses up there. We canvassed the neighborhood and found that about 30%, probably 50% of the houses up there are 3 stories. And we have some pictures to support that.
Thank you, Horst. Any other questions?
Matthew, can you put up just 18 so I can keep that up? I've lost my computer, so I need reference to an image to be able to, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, I would just, so explain that, we were passed out this staking plan on one on top of the other. And then the comment where the wall, and I'm thinking the wall that you're talking about is like the retaining wall for the pool, that whole bottom wall was basically reduced 5 feet. So, but it looks like the elevations from the previous plans, I mean, the story poles, I'm sorry, from the previous plans to these plans, there's only like a 1-foot difference. So what am I missing?
Yeah.
Just, if you could just explain that.
Matthew and I talked about that today on the phone.
Okay.
So what we did is we took the oceanward edge of the previously proposed pool terrace.
Right.
And we pulled it back, horizontally 8 feet.
Okay.
Topography in that area, as you saw, is very steep. It's almost 1-to-1, so 45-degree angle. So when you pull that wall back 8 feet, we should be reducing the height of the wall by close to 8 feet. But it actually worked out to be on average about a 5-foot reduction. And so the wall went from being 13 foot tall. Do I have that right?
From 18 to
From 8, sorry, I had it backwards. So it went from 18 foot to 13 feet. And that's the
Okay.
wall that we're proposing to do a green wall, like a living wall, like we did at the Obagi Skin Care
Okay.
Clinic.
Okay. So basically the slope's like this. And so it went like that.
Yes, and so you
Okay.
effectively
Okay.
reduce the height, and you also
Okay.
move that wall further away from the neighbors below.
Thank you. I was
Thank you.
struggling with that.
And the string line question, did you address that? 'Cause
Yeah, I mean, we're well within the string line, and we have a diagram that I can show you if you'd like to see
What,
it.
just for the neighbors to
Sure.
be able to see to which to
We
answer their
we
question?
have an aerial view of the site. It's somewhere in the deck, Matthew. I think, is it toward the end, John Claudio?
the picture. is-
The picture of the site that
Yeah,
shows the
there,
string
there.
line at the end.
Last one.
The last one,
Go down.
a little bit further down.
After this one.
That's not no, those are
Yes,
photographs.
The photograph.
No, the one that shows like the aerial view of the property.
We didn't.
Because they're
include,
asking.
Yeah. We didn't
Well, we
include-
can look we have other aerial views that we could look at. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have a lot of slides in here. We could probably look at this one right here, maybe just enlarge it a little bit. One of the challenges for us is, Tom Bundy's house next door is single story and it's built, pretty close to the street. So this doesn't show our project though, so that's not going to help us.
We can send.
Well, no, we need to make a decision. No, we need to have it tonight. Can't we can.
So
We feel that we're within the string line. I mean, you saw the stakes. We're not going any further downhill than the adjacent structure to the north of us that was remodeled, or I think they're still remodeling. And
Okay.
I mean, without a graphic depiction, I mean, sorry, Matthew, to put you in that position, maybe a little bit earlier up. Is there like a,
From the site plan, maybe.
no, that's not going to help. There's an image where we show the pattern of development kind of early in the presentation. We can look at that because that does show the house, I believe, what we're proposing.
It does, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
When we looked at the aerial, and hopefully we can get it up, the distance that we're coming from the street down the hill, we saw that as being very consistent with the other houses, with the exception of Tom's house next door, which, barely comes down. I think
Kind of for point of reference, I'd like to see it too, but it is the same line, or maybe even a little back from the house, from Raj's house.
yeah.
And I have a photo that shows it, so I'm not
I
as
apologize
concerned
that we
about
don't have that.
the ridge or the,
They're going to make the
Yeah.
decision tonight.
Okay, do we want to,
all right.
do we want to get into deliberations?
Yeah, I mean, in this site plan, you can kind of see where the corner of our structure is, relative to the house to the north. We're coming down about an equal distance.
Okay. Thank you.
I
Thank you,
apologize
Horace.
that I don't have a more comprehensive, we had that last time.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing and we're going to start with board deliberations. I'll let Louis start.
Okay. Hold on, I need a minute. So, I mean, I think in general, there's a lot of positives being worked on this site. I think the discussion of kind of what we're having is really trying to mold this into the right little nips and tucks that need to kind of finish this off. This is where having the third hearing was beneficial to the board, but like where we're at right now with only 2 hearings, I want to be supportive of the project, but I think we need, quite a handful of articulated conditions to make it happen. I think, for a lot of the members that are down, the community members that are down below for this site, frankly, when you kind of look up at a handful of these homes up along Mystic, there is massing, and we're not going to be able to hide that. But what I think, the spirit of the conversations we've been having is how do we try to balance kind of some of that massing element with the right angles of privacy and things like what we're discussing for, those changes to the green roof of, 4 feet in from the north, 4 feet in from the west, the privacy wall to the south. I think that's all addressing those privacy things. I do need to see that reduction in that deck up above. I think the pool reducing from the north side in 4 feet, I think that helps. The plumeria trees are a good addition to kind of create to create some of that balance of privacy that the neighbors were looking for. I think, when you put pools in the yard, they're only used so often. So and pools are utilized on some of these larger lots that I think that privacy element can be balanced with the right landscaping. Obviously, there's going to be a fence along the property lines. And so I think with those kind of reductions, I think that's balanced. I think from view equity, especially when I walked up to the site from the street level, it's extremely low. So that's why we're not hearing comments from the folks above, so to say. As far as total square footage, yes, we've seen much larger homes of recent, especially for some of these larger sites. I wouldn't say this is the largest home I've put on a 10,000 square foot lot, but I think there's a reasonable balance to the stair stepping that occurs through the architecture, the modernism, the simplicity of it. I find it to be neighborhood compatible. The green wall and the landscape plan, the hedge down below at 8 feet, I think also help some of those elements softening from below. Yeah, for me, I'm relatively pretty good with the project. I just need to hear out some of the other board members and then work out some of the conditions.
Thank you, Louis. Tom?
Yeah. Well, I largely agree with Louis. I think the house is large, but it's in the envelope on Mystic Hill, and I think it's within the string line. So I do find it neighborhood compatible. I just find that it needs quite a few things to deal with the privacy and the massing issues. So number one, and I may be redundant of what Louis said, but I kind of made my own list. I think that pool coming back 4 feet helps, but it's right below their house, and it's a very long pool. I would like it to come back 8 feet. And that was the kind of the number I kind of have been thinking about both when I saw you. I don't think you're losing much. It's still a big pool. So I'd like to see 8 feet. The large window on the side, it's a very large window. And I didn't ask him, can you open the public
I'd
hearing
like to
just to
open
give
the
me
public hearing. Go ahead.
yeah, give me the dimensions that you're going to reduce it
Yeah,
to.
so previously, well, for this submittal, it was 8 by 8.
Yeah.
And this evening, we brought a plan with us where we reduced the width by 2 feet, so it's 6 by 8. But like I said earlier, I was kind of surprised when we stood with the neighbors and we looked to see where that window was. On average, it was 3 feet above grade, and their bedroom window is 1 foot, one level above that. Oh, so this is the drawing. In yellow is the area where we'd like to reduce.
It's still, it's at the second level of the house, which is kind of what I thought. So it's higher than being just above grade and does look into their room from what I saw. And we don't have time to go out
No,
there.
it's okay, whatever you want us to do.
Yeah, that's a bedroom, right? Secondary bedroom?
Yeah, and also needs egress by code.
Okay, no, I understand, but it's a secondary bedroom, so somebody needs to get out.
Same.
Okay, I think that
Close
probably,
public hearing.
yeah, I'll close the public. I think that probably works for me. I think it's a bedroom, it needs a window. I don't know, be interested in other boards. I'm almost tempted to make it, what is it, 6 by, it's now
By
8 by 6. That's still a big window. I'd almost like it to see 6 by 6, but that's kind of going the edges.
Okay.
Chair Gibbs or Mr. Gibbs, can I ask you a question on that same slide? Because I kind of forgot this comment. You're spot on.
Here,
The window
go
that's-
ahead. So,
the
but
win-
quick, before you do 6 by 6, why don't we settle with that?
6 is fine. The window to the left, Horst, I think we spoke to, that's a bathroom window. I think I was going to recommend that to be frosted or opaque of some sort of nature. And I think you were amenable to that at the time. Because it is so far back, you have no view. That I'd like to see that one opaque.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And yeah, so I would concur with that. So that the window, the upper deck, I'm not convinced it's as big of a design element as you say it is, but I think it's accomplished by bringing the deck back 4 feet. I could support that with a green area. I also support the side green area adjacent to the lower house. Did somebody say how wide? Louis, how wide was that going to be?
Be 10 feet.
10 feet.
10 feet. Okay, so I'm good with that as 10 feet. I hope somebody's taking notes. We'll let Louis do this one. And then I would like to see a line of sight, but can we get that podocarpus hedge higher than 8 feet?
Yes.
How high can you go?
We're gonna
Open the public hearing. How high?
hearing.
Get us,
12, 14 feet.
let's do 14 feet. And I think that will even soften further down below. So with those, let me see if I missed anything. I'm good with the olive change, and you're keeping the orange wattle. Not that I know. what it
Here,
does.
can you clarify the pull back a little bit?
He's going to pull back a total of 8 feet from the side property. He
From the
pulled
side
it back
property.
4
Okay,
from what was before us in a submittal. He's going to pull it back an additional
Additional 8
4
feet.
feet for a total of 8 feet from what's before us before he presented. That's
4 additional from what's shown. Is that
From-
right?
4 additional from what he provided us tonight.
Correct.
Okay,
So he offered 4, I asked for another 4, so a total of 8 from what's in the plan set in the agenda. Does
copy
make sense?
that.
Okay, good. Let me see.
Close public hearing.
Yeah, close it. So we're good with that. That's my, if I can think of anything else, but I appreciate you working with us, Horst, on that. That's my list.
Thank you. I'll jump in here. I agree with Tom and Lewis. I think all of the comments, Tom did a great job of summarizing with the podocarpus going up to 14. I think that's well merited here. I appreciate the green roof additions and the reductions in the deck. I think that's merited. I also appreciate the reduction in the side window to 6x6 and the bathroom window going opaque. I think this home is a beautiful project for the location. I think it meets the neighborhood compatibility, and I don't think there are any view equity issues. So I can approve this project tonight with those conditions. MJ or Debbie?
Yeah, this is it's a beautiful home. It's, you like to make them big and beautiful, Horst. But I think the way, and there's lots of big homes on this hillside. I noticed above the McManus house that there was, I think even Paulette's house is very large. I mean, it feels towering, and the one next to that. And they aren't as articulated as well as this. So this is what's nice, is that the articulation really softens the mass. And you're still within all the realities of, lot coverage and such. I think that the opportunities you've taken to heart, which was the green wall, the pittosporum, bringing that pool back is great. The upper deck, even though you still have the overhang, by reducing some of the outdoor space, which becomes essentially, in my opinion, another room, even though it's not always square footage generated, it actually is, in that it's an active area. I think most of your activity will be in the lower area with the pool. So by giving us that relief up there, it helps, I think, with the upper neighbors up there, especially the neighbor to the south. And I think you and Lewis worked out a privacy element for him, if I recall that whole green. I wasn't following all that you and Lewis were talking about in order to achieve some sort of privacy for the single family home to the south. If that's the case, I want to make sure that's in there somewhere. Okay. I think the nice thing as well is just the organic materials that really will relieve the mass and scale when we get into these types of larger homes on these hillsides that are so high, it feels heavy, but when you utilize materials like this, it really helps feel less intrusive. And I think your choices are great. The only other thing I wanted to add, there was some concern about down at the Trish and Guy's house, that there's the other area adjacent to the green wall is another wall, which presently is covered by a large tree that they have. I believe that's embedded into almost like a bedrock or sandstone. There's always the potential that'll go away. Your pittosporum there, will that run behind that large? Oh, I can't ask him, can I? Damn it, I always forget to open the public.
Good open public hearing.
Oh, thank you. I just want to make sure that pittosporum's going all the way in case something would happen to that you would have some softening of that.
Yes. Yeah, the podocarpus will be along the entire rear property line.
Okay, perfect. That helps a lot.
Close public hearing.
And just so it's clear, that's shown on the new plan.
It goes all that way. Okay, my bad. All right, probably because I can't get in my computer. That's not a problem. Who am I to?
No, it's not on the
make excuse-
computer. He showed it on the screen.
Yeah. Oh, I missed it. It's just my fault.
It's always your fault.
Let's see, exactly. So I think that addresses, and also when I was down at Trish and Guy's looking up, it didn't seem as heavy. And I think with the articulation, and I was trying to actually share with them that I thought that it actually feels heavier just looking at these sticks. But I think once everything's in there, it's actually going to stagger up really nicely. I also believe that the McManus side, it doesn't appear a problem. I don't think there's any view issue with Paulette. I think this image she sent, which was very helpful, but there's a whole nother ocean over on this side that we failed to see. So I'm not thinking there's a heavy impact there. So yeah, I can support the project tonight and with those changes that we've listed. Thank you.
Yes, and I think everybody's hit all of the points, so it makes it easy for me. I guess the only other issue, and I just want to make sure that it is on the record because I spoke with Horst about the lighting and the lighting detail on these tape lights drive me crazy. So it's tucked underneath. So if you have this, the lighting goes through that, so it's completely shielded, so it won't, especially around the decking area, so it won't be exposed. Is that correct? Okay, so I just want to verify that. And then I think we've addressed everything else. I think the landscaping is going to add a lot to it as far as where you are and with that, because we spoke about the large expanses of walls and the greenery that you're adding, I think will help that a lot. And then the privacy, let me just double check. The decks and the olive trees are changing that. So I think that you have hit everything that I had. The only other thing that was brought up, and I did read your geotechnical plan, and I know that you're going to be putting piles in. Those piles are going to be drilled, not pounded. Is that correct or not? Is that correct? Okay. And so there'll be adequate like vibration monitoring and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, that is correct. And Abbas's
Public hearing.
oh, sorry about that.
Go for it.
Abbas is both the owner
Sorry.
and the builder. So we know the importance of, monitoring, photographing,
Right.
the adjacent houses.
Mhm.
The city is going to require noise monitoring, and vibrational monitoring
Right.
during construction.
I
Yes.
just wanted to double check. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's all I had. So with that, I can support your project
And
as
before
well.
we make a motion, I just want to make a plea to Abbas that when you do your interior lighting, try not to over can the ceilings. I know that it's fun to put cans in, but please, it just becomes a spaceship. And I know we can't direct that, but
Thank you.
Yeah. Can I just maybe add something really quickly? Because it relates to the
Still
city.
open. It's open.
City process,
Yeah.
not particular, our project. But what happened about 10 years ago is the city started to apply the additional building setback on both the front and the rear. So a lot of the older houses that you see up there that are 3 stories straight up, you can't do that anymore. So our project had to comply to 15 feet up and back at a 45-degree angle. And the intention is to kind of stair step each level following the topography. So if you're down below, for like Tricia's and Guy's house, you're looking up, you don't see 3 stories straight up, And I think that was one of the
And it's
more
been helped a
positive.
lot by pulling that 3rd story back. I mean, I think that's going to be a big deal across the board, and I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you. Close public hearing. Louis, do you want to take a stab at the motion?
I think
Hold on,
he's-
I got this one. Just,
Nice.
I was trying to look at the lighting plan, but to address MJ's, Horst, is there a lighting plan on?
No, she was talking about interior cans.
Yeah,
Well,
Lou,
there's-
she was talking about
Yeah,
interior.
let's get to the
Oh.
motion.
Okay, yeah, oh, sorry.
Think we're
But are there exterior can lights in the roofs of the decks?
No.
Okay,
So sorry.
That-
No, we,
It's all right, Horst. It's all right. We got it.
that's
Yeah.
what I was trying to look for. Okay,
The only concern was any lighting tape would be completely shielded, and that was confirmed by the architect.
yeah, all right, I got this one. Okay, I'll make a motion on item number 5.7 at project location 610 Mystic View that the board adopts resolution 2025-2408, approving design review 2025-2408 and coastal development permit 2025-0 2407, and findings of action exempt from CEQA pursuant section 15303, that with the following conditions: that landscape modifications include a hedge podocarpus to be placed along the rear property line to be maintained at 10 feet.
No,
Adjust-
14.
14.
What?
14.
14 feet, sorry. 14 feet. That the plumeria trees be added to the north side, the 3 plumeria trees, that the olive trees be swapped with the coral trees, and that the green wall be added to the retaining wall as prescribed by the architect. The upper deck level reduction to have a 4-foot reduction of green roof added to the north side, a 4-foot reduction of the green roof pulling the railing back to the west, to the oceanward side, and that a privacy wall to be incorporated that stair steps down towards towards the edge of the deck to be added. That the windows on the north wall, the bedroom be reduced to a 6x6 window, and that the bathroom window be opaque, and that best practice monitoring be applied during the digging components to the structural.
There's a couple of ads, so let me, first of
Okay.
all, the pool, there's
The
a-
pool reduction, sorry, you're right. The pool reduction, I have that one here, was to be reduced in total of 8 feet from the north.
Yeah, the 8 feet from the plans that are in the agenda. You submitted a plan, Horst, that shows the podocarpus and the landscaping changes and a 4-foot reduction in the, these are modifications to your motion.
Yes.
Why don't we have that plan part of the motion, and that the pool will go in an additional 4 feet and the landscape will be as per that plan, including the podocarpus shown on the what side, on the back side, that will go up to 14 feet. Also, the other question I had about Lewis's motion on the side facing the Mr. Doss's house on the 3rd floor deck, the way I understood Lewis's motion was that the railing was to come in 4 feet and there's to be a green area on that side. I thought the green area is supposed to be larger than that. I thought it was 8 feet is what I heard.
Are we talking about if you're looking at plan on the right side?
Yeah, as you,
Can
on the,
tell
just
us.
on the side that Mr. Doss's house is on, not, the pushback's one thing, it's 4 feet. And then on the side, it was going to be brought in and a green area placed.
Correct.
I
And
thought Mr.
it
Doss
eight-
was asking.
10
I
feet.
thought
Oh, it was
Mr.
10
Doss
feet.
was asking.
Yeah, it was 10 feet, not 4 feet. You said 4 feet, 10 feet is what I recollect.
It's currently
Okay.
4 feet, left to right or north to south.
And you're gonna
and
make
we're
it-
Proposing to increase that to 10 feet north to south.
Okay, so make
Between-
that, with those amendments, does that work for your motion, Louis?
Yeah, but I'm confused on the side.
He was proposing 4 feet brought in from Mr. Doss's side at the 3rd floor deck, and he's going to bring it in 10 feet, or excuse me,
10 feet.
10 feet instead, not 4 feet.
Was there also a reduction on the other side for Raj's house or Rij's house?
And that's how much is on that side? 4 feet?
Well,
So Doss is on the south side
well,
and
hang on. Time out. Matthew, can you pull up the plans on, let's look at A 2.0? Sorry, guys, this is
Well,
important.
let's work out
Yeah.
this. Make sure we're on the same page.
sorry, I thought I had it.
No, you were close. So this is just the last
Appreciate it.
application.
Okay, do you want to take a stab at it, Tom?
Yeah, this right here where it says green roof, it's to be brought in 10 feet more.
For a
to-
total of 10 feet.
For is it a total of 10 feet?
Total of
Forrest?
10 feet, yes.
Where the edge of the door
It
is?
would be to the middle of those 2 sliders.
Yeah, to the middle of
Yeah,
the 2
right
sliders, which would be a total of 10 feet
Correct.
from what is shown on this plan. And then on the other side, can we look at the other side? It's showing, what's the depth of that green floor? This shows the square feet. Oops.
There's also a green roof on the other side.
But that side, we're going to add the
south side.
privacy wall.
Yes.
And what's, Louis, does your motion have that green area being increased, being pulled in more? Or pulled out?
It didn't. Were we going to bring that one in another 4 feet?
Yeah, I'm good with.
Yeah, let's bring that one in to a total of 8 feet, and then that side needed a privacy wall.
Right. So add that to the motion, and I think we're there as far as you and I are concerned. Anyone else have any?
Let me re-clarify that. So for the upper level deck, the motion should be that a 10 total foot reduction from the north side, adding the green roof space, a 4 foot reduction from the south side, adding more green space. The south side also needs to incorporate a privacy wall that stair steps from the structure to the edge of the railing.
So
and that the wet
real quick, so it's clear, the green space on the south side will now be a total of 8 feet. Go ahead.
Right, but right now he's drawing on the north side.
Right. No, but yeah, we're saying the same thing. I just wanted to clarify.
And then from the west, there needs to be a green foot wrap around that's 4 feet in width, and the railing needs to come in the 4 feet.
Right, all along that edge.
All along the westerly edge.
Right.
All right. Does that clear it up?
That clears it up for me. How are you guys?
Staff, are you good with that?
Okay. Is your motion done?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, I second.
Roll call, Paula.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
Chair Bauta.
Yes.
Motion is passed 5-0.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with item 5.8 at approximately 8:25.
All right.
if you don't mind, we're going to continue this hearing with item number 5.8, Design Review 2026-004 and Variance 2026-0445 and Coastal Development Permit 2026-003 for the site located at 310 Lookout. Can the applicant come up? Applicant is seated. Ex parte, please.
Here, I spoke with Horst and visited the site, and I'll also request an expedited hearing.
Thank you, Louis.
I visited the site. Horst was supposed to be there, but never showed.
Oh. I visited the site and I spoke to Horst about the project.
I visited the site but did not speak to Horst.
I did the same as Louis. Thank you. Shveta, are you ready to go?
I am. I'm happy to oblige for an expedited hearing.
Expedited.
Good evening, Chair Bada and members of the board. Item 5.8 is a major remodel of an existing single-family residence located at the terminus of Lookout Drive. As can be seen on the aerial, there's residential development to the north, south, and east, west, and open space unincorporated area to the east. The project scope includes a major remodel and expansion of the existing two single-family dwelling. They'll be adding a pool, spa, landscape, and lighting, grading improvements, retaining walls, and a variance is requested to maintain the existing non-conforming driveway slope. The site is characterized by steep topography of approximately 42.7%, and the proposed development does meet all development standards with respect to setbacks and height, with the exception of the driveway slope previously mentioned. The residence incorporates architectural elements as offsets, a natural color palette, and combination of horizontal and vertical elements. Overall, the project achieves a balanced approach to development of the site. The project is appropriately scaled for the lot and neighborhood and is consistent with the city's general plan, LCP, and design guidelines. The variance request findings can be made in the affirmative. There was a previous variance approved for the driveway slope as well. As previously mentioned, there is steep topography on the site, and staff recommends supporting the required findings for the variance. Staff has analyzed the project as a whole and recommends that the board adopt Resolution 2026-0004, approving the requested entitlements and finding the project categorically exempt from CEQA, subject to Section 15301 and 15305. That concludes my presentation. I'm available as well as the applicant and owner if you have any questions.
Thank you, Shveta. Any questions from the board of the staff?
Nope.
No questions. So with that, I open to public hearing to the applicant. You have 5 minutes, Horst.
Great. Thank you. Horst Knoppenberger, project architect, along with Jean-Claudio Infranca, our project manager. The owners of the property are watching this from their home in the East Coast. One of those really beautiful projects. I mean, just more than a project. I mean, it's sort of a circumstance. It's a young woman who grew up in Laguna. That house had been in her family for a long time. She has been living with her family now on the East Coast, and wants to get back to Laguna Beach, and wants to do something which honors the family history of the house. So what we try to do is we try to incorporate those aspirations into the architecture by kind of, I mean, it's a major project, but we try to honor the siding of the existing house, still keep it L-shaped with a courtyard kind of open toward the west. Where a lot of our expansions are in the back of the existing structure. I mean, I'm not just kind of a loss for words in some ways, because it's such we had a neighborhood meeting, everybody came out, and we didn't encounter any opposition. The owners are really excited about getting it started. I mean, it is on a hillside, so we tried to create articulation through the massing, through the materiality, using materials that are evocative of the coastal, colors and textures, travertine and limestone and some wood on the outside, trying to create, visual lightness so the house looks like it's very light, on the hill, the dramatic cantilevers, and then kind of a modest pool like up on the main living level. Anything you wanted to add? No, here. No, you can add.
I'm good. Thank you.
Do you guys speak Italian?
Thank you.
Okay.
We are good. We are good. We are good. Thank you.
That's the first time I heard an Italian say very few words. But good words, good words. So we're happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Horst. Any members of the public wish to speak? Please line up at the podium. If seeing none, I return to the applicant for their further comments.
Yeah, we'll just pass on the rebuttals so everybody can get home earlier tonight.
Thank you, Horst.
Okay.
Board, do we have any questions for the applicant or project staff?
I just have a couple quick questions. I'm assuming, but I want to be careful with the lighting, it's the same kind of detail around the pool deck and the decking, right? With that tape strip lighting, whatever you call it, tape lighting. And then I couldn't find a mechanical room. Here we had all this with all these mechanical rooms on the previous project. I'm like, where's the mechanical room? So where's the mechanical? room?
It's, are we open now? We can.
I mean,
Is it okay?
Can you open it?
Yeah, it's
to
a
answer your
question.
Just really quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mechanical room is actually located beneath the pool, believe it or not. So when we excavate for the pool, we're going to create a mechanical room underneath the pool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's on page.
It was just driving me crazy. I just couldn't find it.
No, we
Or-
didn't show it. It's
Oh,
we added after. We
You're,
added-
you're right, Debbie. It looks like there was only one mechanical room, not two.
okay. So on A 2.0, then we have the mechanical room there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it's under the pool then. Okay, okay. Thank you. That was my only question.
Questions? Louis, any questions? Okay, I will close the public hearing and we open it to board deliberations. Who wants to begin?
I'll go ahead and begin. I think that those are the two, questions, it's located in such an amazing spot in Laguna. It's like you could be out in the countryside or something because there's like nothing around it really. The only thing that sort of hit me was basically those, the large expanse of the retaining wall, of the walls. And I love the materials and the travertine and all of that. But I'm thinking, as you go up there, I think it's going to really blend in, but I'm not asking for like a green wall, but maybe a little, I know it's also, you have to be sensitive to the fire, but maybe something that would just soften, just, where you, on the garage side and then on the front side. Are you at the landscape plan? Am I missing something? Maybe I'm missing something.
Maybe put up your renderings. Let me see.
The render,
Shavana, could
maybe.
you, oh,
I
you're
was
putting
just-
that up. You're putting that up, Shavana. Can you
Can you
put that?
soften the retaining wall there?
Right, just
Deb?
often like that retaining wall.
Go ahead, open the public hearing. Go ahead, Horst.
Thank you, Amir.
That is a big retaining wall.
Sorry about that.
Kind of looks that way now too, so.
So we do have quite a bit of landscaping on the landscape plan. James Docksetter did the landscape plan. There
Uh-huh.
is a large tree. What kind of tree is that, John Claudio? This one? Yeah, right above the driveway where the new entry stairs come up. Yeah, so
Oh, maybe I just,
an olive tree. So there's a large olive tree.
oh, there's
Oh,
the
there it
olive tree
is.
there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
One olive tree?
one olive tree there, and then,
It's small space.
Yeah.
It's pretty sparse.
yeah.
It kind of looks
We-
nice. You,
How
could you,
tall
could
is
you
that?
I mean,
soften that?
it looks really cool. I mean, but I'm just thinking, okay, so when you as you come around that corner and it's like, wow, just see the architecture is going to be so dramatic. I'm just thinking, just anyway,
One row.
just one little puny olive tree. I'm not going to say puny.
No, maybe we
No,
could, I was just
I don't know.
thinking, maybe we
I
could
don't know.
add another one on the downhill side of the driveway. I mean, the one that's shown in this rendering looks very small.
And
Maybe
and I know they can get quite large. That's true. They can get quite large. And then, so maybe on the other side
Yeah,
too.
this
I don't
area
know.
down here.
Other side of the driveway?
Is it too steep? Or maybe that's too, for a fire issue? I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, if we put in
Okay.
some kind of a tree
true.
below the driveway, it would probably be partially in the right of way. I don't know if we can do that.
You know, and actually, you know, this, I know that you're featuring the architecture, not the landscape.
Yeah.
And so I think that looking at the landscape plan, you know, I think maybe it would, you know, grow a little bit. It wouldn't be quite, it's not just grass. Right?
It's just showing grass.
No, it's not grass, right?
I'm looking at
Some stuff.
sheet L03.
Yeah.
It seems like there should be some plantings there to break up that wall. Of
Mhm.
course,
Oh,
There's some low stuff.
what is this?
There's some low
So
stuff
this is
there.
open space calculation.
Low grass or something.
But what else is in here? It looks like we have aloe underneath that tree.
Okay.
where are you seeing that?
Oh, agave.
What-
Yeah, so we're
Agave.
looking
What
at
sheet is that?
L-01.
Yes, the sheet L-01.
Okay.
So it does have some stuff in there. So, yeah.
I mean, maybe we can get another olive tree adjacent to the one that's in the plans. There might be some room for that, like maybe in this area. You kind of walk underneath it when you come up the stairs.
You know, you have a circle that almost gives you an indication of a tree, but that's not a tree. No, that's not a tree. It's not-
Oh,
Yeah.
it is another olive tree.
Oh, that's another olive tree over there? Oh,
First, you can-
on the right there, on the right, that's the olive tree.
There you go.
The northwest.
Yeah, the
UEAGR or whatever.
yes.
Kind of the northwest.
The olive tree that's in the plan is just, it's between the entry stairs along the west property line
Yeah,
and the driveway.
got that.
And, you know, maybe we could get, and then there's some aloe in there, there's some agave in that area as well. I don't know if we can get another tree because we are also in a high fire severity zone, so.
That's, I mean, that's okay. I was just thinking, I mean, I'm seeing some of this. I just wanted to kind of
Yeah,
have the discussion.
maybe a larger olive tree initially.
Maybe that would,
yeah.
yeah.
Right, we'll
Maybe we'll
close
go-
the public
okay.
hearing.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm good.
Are you good, Debbie? On comments? Tom,
I'm good.
you're good?
Yeah, I mean,
MJ?
real quick, I just think the home's beautiful. It has no impact on neighbors. It's a great site.
Yeah.
It's right by the trailhead. Been up there many, many times since I live very close to there. The driveway gradient variance, I think the findings can be made. It proposes to maintain an existing gradient, and to not have it would deprive the house of benefits enjoyed by other people because it would have to require total redesign of the house. So I support the project.
MJ?
Yeah, I concur with Board Member Gibbs. It's a beautiful, upgrade to this home, and I could support the project, and the variances are great. Yeah, that's it. I don't want to, it's a long night, and it's great. And I just think that's wonderful that this is a family home. What a great legacy. I got a soup terrain when my parents died. I didn't get a beautiful house in Laguna.
Oh,
Liz?
there was a tear there, Board Member Coveney. I support my fellow colleagues. The project's design review compatible. The variance is well spelled out. I appreciate Board Member Neve's comments, and Board Member Gibbs really laid it out. So I'm supportive of all that.
Thank you, Liz. Debbie, did you have anything more to add on the landscaping, or are you?
No, I'm okay. I'm looking at it more carefully now. And I think it's fuller than the renderings depict. And it's a beautiful, beautiful design. And it's just in the materials, and I think it's going to fit in that, it's just going to be like a little picture. I think it's going to be lovely. I'm almost lost for words too. It's really beautiful. And And that's it. And I can, it meets all the design review criteria, and I can absolutely support the variance for the driveway. And I think it meets all of the findings for a variance and all of the design review criteria, and I can support your project.
Yeah, I agree with my fellow board members. I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-004, approving design review 2026-0004, variance 2026-0445, and coastal development permit 2026-0003 for the property located at 310 Lookout Drive, and findings that action categorically exempt pursuant to SEQO guidelines sections 15301 and 15305.
I second.
Call the roll.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
Chair Belta.
Yes,
Motion is passed 5-0.
congratulations. Thank you.
You too.
All right. For the final item of regular, final item on the regular agenda, we have item number 5.9. Design review 2025-2075 for 490 Hill Edge Drive. Would the applicant please come up? Ex parte, please.
Chair, I met with the owners of the property on site, and I met, actually, and then I talked to Steve Karakami for the objector by telephone.
And I drove by the site, reviewed it, and also spoke with Steve Coratani.
And I visited the site and I spoke with Steve Coratani and Karen Landowski. I did read all of the correspondence to catch up, and I spoke with the architect, with Warren.
Louis?
Visited the site, spoke with the applicants, reviewed all the materials, spoke with Steve Coratani and Warren.
I did the same, but I did not speak with Warren.
Oh, and also the owners too.
Okay. Now on to staff presentation. Kate,
Yes.
you're up.
Good evening, Design Review Board and members of the public. I'm Kate Kazama, and this last item is a request for new elevated decks, new window and door openings, and exterior modifications to a street-facing facade for the property located at 490 Hill Edge Drive. This project was previously heard on November 13th, 2025 and February 12th, 2026. This is the third hearing tonight. For background, the property was originally developed with a 3-story residence and attached garage. In February of 2023, the property was approved for a garage conversion to a JADU and conversion of the lowest level to an ADU. Building permits were subsequently issued that summer, and the ADU and JADU are shown on the attached plans for reference only. As you can see, the slide compares the proposed site layout across the 3 hearings. At the first hearing, the applicant proposed two new elevated decks on both sides of the home, a deck expansion at the rear, and 2 new covered entry elements at the front. In response to board comments at the second hearing, the applicant eliminated the entryways, reduced the east deck area, and instead proposed a 1-car garage and uncovered tandem parking space. The rear deck extension was also pulled in on the east side. After reviewing the revised project, the board continued to have neighborhood compatibility concerns related to parking and directed the applicant to provide an alternative design that accommodates 2 on-site covered parking spaces that are not configured in a tandem layout, and to restore stone cladding on the JADU. In response, the applicant has reduced the size of the JADU in order to propose an additional 1-car garage and enclosed the covered entryway adjacent to the other proposed garage as a minor addition to the primary dwelling. Next slide, please. This slide compares the proposed street elevation between the first and second hearing shown at the top. The applicant removed the covered entry and tower element and proposed a 1-car garage. The current proposal shown on the bottom shows an additional 1-car garage and a reduction of the JADU. The stone cladding was also incorporated into the proposed garages. This slide shows the changes for the east side elevation with the proposed work shown in red. The proposals for the first two hearings are shown on the right side, and the current proposal is shown on the left. With this current proposal, one of the garages is positioned closer to the existing residence, which reduces the proposed deck area, and an additional garage is proposed adjacent to the JADU. At the last hearing, the board also directed staff to review the permitting history since 2021 and verify the demolition calculations to confirm that the project does not meet the threshold for a major remodel. To begin, in October 2021, a building permit was issued for interior model only and for expired permits from 2013. This permit is considered expired. In November of 2021, the applicant submitted an ADU application, ADU and JADU application under a previous ADU ordinance. This was approved on February 15th, 2023. In January 2022, a minor building permit was issued for demolition of interior drywall and insulation. No structural modifications were proposed, and this permit is finalized. In August 29, 2023, building permits for that previously approved ADU and JADU, grading related to the JADU and ADU and interior model was issued. This permit is currently on hold. During construction, the applicant discovered unforeseen structural issues, which resulted in additional structural modifications, including demolition of the garage. Because this work wasn't included in the approved permit scope, a stop work was issued and the applicant was directed to submit revised plans to document all demolition and grading completed to date. During this process of legalizing that unpermitted work, the applicant elected to expand the project scope and submitted a new planning application in January 2024, which is the subject of this design review request tonight. This slide shows the demolition plans. I wanted to clarify that pursuant to the city's adopted ADU ordinance, demolition related to an ADU or JADU does not count towards the major remodel calculation. Therefore, the first level and garage demolition is not included or shown here. A major remodel is triggered either by demolition of 50% or more of the existing structure or an addition that exceeds 50%, and both demolition and additions are calculated separately. To briefly explain the applicant's demolition, the walls highlighted in yellow have been included as existing walls in the calculation, and the dimensions noted in red identify the areas of demolition. For the roof, the area in pink is the only area included as roof demolition. Because the revised project includes converting a portion of the JADU to a one-car garage, staff has also calculated the walls in blue as part of the demolition. After including these walls, the total demolition results in 48.31%, which is still under the 50% threshold for a major remodel. This table summarizes the demolition areas from the previous slide. The text in red incorporates the revised demolition due to the additional one-car garage. Even after including those walls, the demolition totals 48.31%, which again is still under the 50% threshold. To conclude, staff finds that the project continues to comply with the applicable development standards, and the revised project addresses board's concerns related to parking. In terms of correspondence, staff has received 1 letter in support of the project and 6 letters in opposition. And tonight, staff is recommending the board to adopt Resolution 25-2075 approving the project. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Kate, thank you very much for that thorough report. Appreciate you going through all those calculations. I'm sure it's quite a bit of work. Any questions from the board? With that,
Well,
go ahead,
yeah.
sorry.
I'm struggling with the calculation. So, and I think I was trying to find it in the staff report, but now of course I can't find it because it's such a thorough, detailed, extensive staff report, which is a compliment to you. But somewhere it said, I remember reading, it said something about, there were questions about the calculations. We did the calculations and the ADU and the JADU were not included in the calculations. And then at some point, they said that they were going to add the ADU back into the house or something. And then, so I'm saying, well, so then would those calculations then be added back in? Or that's confusing to me.
I think maybe at the
Does that ring a bell?
during the first hearing, the applicant had proposed during their presentation to eliminate the ADU. But when it came back for the second hearing, it was not eliminated. So it was still included as part of the project. So it didn't change the demolition calculation.
Okay, so all the calculations are up to date in other words, anything that's been demoed that we can address has been addressed.
Yes, and then we also included the additional walls because they added another one-car
Right.
garage. So those walls, we also included in the
Okay.
demolition class.
And then,
calculations.
and they're not going to put another roof on it or anything?
No.
They're not going to
the
do
only
anything to the
roof-
rest of the roof?
The roof demolition is, I believe it's over this
Just
roof
that one,
deck.
I know, just that one section, so nothing else is going to happen to the rest of the roof?
Correct, is what their plans showed.
Right, okay.
I have a question. Yeah, I can't fully appreciate the outline. Obviously, there's a complicated permit history to the past. I mean, 48 or 48.3, I think was the total. That's really close to 50. They come back with another modification. What impact does that have to the project? I mean, we're already kind of seeing piecemeal. So like if they change anything else, does it come back for full review? And the full scope of the project has to be has to be conformity to a major remodel?
If during construction they propose additional demolition, then staff would have to recalculate the demolition calcs. And if they do, then reach the 50% threshold, and then it would be considered a major remodel. That permit would be placed on hold again, and they would have to submit revised plans.
And building would be cognizant of that, particularly in this case where it's so close.
Correct, the building.
I went through the calculations. I'm not a pro at doing this, although I'm getting better. And I didn't see any errors with it. And if it's accurate, I'm not seeing piecemeal, but I'm all ears because I think it's important that we get to the bottom of that if there is a major remodel going on here. But I read it. I think it was a well-written report, and what you've described here makes sense to me.
Any other questions for the staff? Okay, thank you, Kate. With that, I open the public hearing to the applicant. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Kate, really, thank you very much for all that work. I know that was a great deal of effort. So with the calculation question solved or put to bed, in my mind, for sure, where we start, well, we don't need to go back. What we have now, 2-car covered, on-site, not tandem, and a third on-site parking, all directly from the street. That, I believe, is what the board and everybody and the neighbors, everybody has been looking for. Since we began, the deck, that top deck, shrank and shrank some more. We added parking. We tried tandem. No one liked it. So we cut into the ADU to provide that. That, I believe, is what the board direction has been the whole time. I believe we've achieved that. Rish?
Great. Thanks, Warren. Sure. Thank you, Kate, for that extensive report. We really appreciate it. Thank you, board members, for reviewing our plans for your approval. Based on the suggestions received from the DRB board and the concerns brought up by the neighbors, we have come up with a design we believe addresses the issues of parking, massing, and neighbor privacy. We understand that this may not fully satisfy our neighbors' concerns specifically around parking, but we have made the following changes. New design, as Warren has said, with 3 approved parking spots on property, 2 covered garages, 1 uncovered garage spot, and by adding the second garage, we have also reduced the JDU by approximately 80 square feet. The original entry-level deck that was presented in the first hearing has been reduced now by more than 50% from our initial proposed deck to address immediate neighbors' privacy concerns and massing issues. We've also reduced the patio on the second level on the immediate neighbor's side to address the privacy issue brought up by the neighbor in the last meeting. We recognize that some neighbors may still prefer additional parking. However, we have gone beyond what is required and have incorporated meaningful design changes in good faith to address those concerns while maintaining a functional and compliant project. It is important to note that over the past 24 months that all plans, calculations, and revisions have been repeatedly and thoroughly reviewed with city staff, building inspectors, senior building officials, architects, and structural engineers. This includes verification of demolition calculations and structural scope to ensure full alignment with city standards and what has been constructed. Due to the building envelope and the constraints of massing and privacy, this design is the best use of this property, and we would bring forth the same design in any iteration. In summary, we believe this revised design is responsive to the board's direction, respectful of neighborhood concerns, and fully compliant with the standards set by the City of Laguna Beach. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I would like to add, I think I have a few seconds left. I understand that the adjacent neighbor to the south has a possible concern with some of the windows in the garage. We're happy to delete those. I understand that there may be some concern with some excess lighting. We would be willing to omit a few lights. One being, so right now we're proposing, here's the two garages, one light on each side of the door. We would omit the one closest to the southerly neighbor and one on the other garage, be it the left one or the right one. That would be fine with us. So thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak? If you do, please line up in front of the podium. You will have 2 minutes. When you come up, please state your name and your project, your property address. 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Karen Lewandowski, next door. It's frustrating for all involved to be here for a third time with plans that are still untenable for neighbors and aren't functional for the next owner. It's also frustrating that this is all due to problems that the applicant created for themselves and that the city has enabled. Last time the board said that no one has designed this project to work. It still doesn't work. Now we have a triplex with one new on-site parking spot and two functional spots. But the new spot is created by permanently taking shared street parking and also creates a hazardous entry. The idea that any neighbor could be awarded street parking for their personal use is unacceptable, as is the idea that the applicant is exclusively entitled to the street in front of their property, as they have stated in both prior hearings. We all share the limited street parking and are mutually respectful of that and of our safety concerns. There are still many questions, especially on the CEQA element and the major remodel demo calcs. I appreciated the board's request in the last hearing for a third-party review, and the questions that were raised about piecemeal permitting, retroactive permitting, no public noticing, etc. Based on the recent staff report, I don't believe that an objective review and determination has been made as the board requested. In the last hearing, you said you want to find solutions for neighbors. At least 6 neighbors have written in opposition. This is not a solution for us. The applicant's process has been to work their plans into knots, trying to implement your suggestions, drop fully completed plans on us just before hearings, and expect us to accept them, appeasing the board without really hearing the concerns that we keep repeating about parking, density, safety, and quality of life. I ask you to please stand by your commitment to solutions that also work for neighbors and to deny the project as is. If those windows are deleted on the garage, that's great. I didn't fully understand the lighting concern on the garage next to my house. That confused me what he just said, but those were 2 concerns. The windows on the second new garage, if they're gone, great. Lighting, I'm still unclear, so if you guys could please help me with that, that would be great. I'm questioning about the roof, and I ask you to look again at retroactive permitting and calculations. Thank you all very much.
Next up.
Good evening. I'm Jeanette Rockio Whitlatch. I live at 501 Mystic Way, across the street from this project. At the last hearing, I mentioned that my late husband, Don, who worked tirelessly right up until the day he passed, attempting to get the city's attention about the ongoing illegal and unpermitted work taking place on the site. The city did not address those legitimate concerns back then. Now, over the last 4.5 years, I sincerely hope you are going to address them now. The site previously provided for one residence, a two-car garage, and additional on-site parking. At the last hearing, plans were proposed for an increase from 1 to 3 residential units with one functional on-site parking place, which was not approved. This new round of plans adds one additional on-site parking place, but only by taking away one shared public street parking space. We have such limited parking, and we all share the overflow for guests, deliverers, workers, etc. It seems unbelievable that taking away from our limited parking, public parking would be an acceptable solution. Additionally, this will still cause more ongoing persistent street parking, which brings up all the safety concerns that have been mentioned at previous hearings, especially like fire, if there's a fire or, okay. This proposed project is still unconscionable and needs to be stopped. Thank you.
Next up, please.
Hi, my name's Rachel. I live here in Laguna Beach, but I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Heather Chalmers. She couldn't be here and asked me to read this letter. I live directly adjacent to 490 on Hillage. When I built my home there in 2019, the city clearly emphasized the importance of preserving and, where possible, increasing available street parking. In response, I took deliberate steps not only to meet but to exceed my parking requirements. In addition to a two-car garage and a driveway capacity for 3 vehicles, I incorporated an additional on-street parking space, despite the constraints posed by a culvert and a fire hydrant existing on my property. The current proposal by the applicant to restrict or effectively claim shared public street parking is inconsistent with both established neighborhood practice and the city's stated priorities. Street parking is limited but vital public resource that has historically remained accessible to all residents and their guests on an equitable basis. Any effort to limit this access raises concerns regarding fairness, precedent, and alignment with the city's broader parking objectives. There is no precedent in our neighborhood for a homeowner seeking to appropriate or restrict shared street parking. Residents have consistently met their parking needs on their own properties, allowing street parking to function as a communal resource, used responsibly and with consideration for safety. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the applicant's proposal be denied to the extent that it seeks to restrict, reduce, or otherwise appropriate shared public street parking. At a minimum, any approval should be expressly conditioned on the full preservation of existing public parking availability. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Langren. I'm speaking on behalf of Brian Corrigan, who lives at 468 Hill Edge Drive. With regards to the proposition for 490 Hill Edge, this street is not built for any additional residential dwelling units. There is no capacity in the street to accommodate the parking. The hairpin turn is particularly problematic. Fire life safety is an issue and will continue to be an issue. While code may allow such development, for practical purposes, it's impossible. By increasing the width of the driveway, it impacts vehicles being able to park on Hill Edge as they currently do today. Therefore, there is likely constitutional impacts of being able to take quote unquote public land currently available for the public for the exclusive benefit of an individual private property owner. The Design Review Board is charged with coalescing what's applicable and reasonable with code. All elements have to cohesively operate together. This property is not eligible for approval, excuse me, because of its density. I propose the owner reconfigure as a single-family residential only. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Hello, Ben Rubin, and I'm reading this letter on behalf of Laura Baldridge. Laura Baldridge couldn't be here tonight. I, Laura, live one home up from the street, 490 Hill Edge. My husband and I built our home 9 years ago, and we had to comply with standards of keeping on-street parking and having a driveway large enough to provide parking for 2 cars in front of a 2-car garage. The city and DRB definitely required us to make this happen. We then increased our driveway to the side by adding yet a 3rd spot for parking off of the street due to limited on-street parking in the area. It seems that the applicant at 490 Hill Edge is not having to meet any of these requirements or standards and is now actually taking away a parking spot for on-street by removing the curb. This will only add to the parking problems on these streets. This project had quite clearly changed from a slight renovation of an SFR to becoming a complete major remodel into a 3-unit multi-family property. It is confusing and frustrating as to how applicant is not having to follow the same requirements as others, and should also be considered as to how this affects the neighborhood. I respectfully request that the applicant's proposal be denied to the extent that it seeks to redistrict or reduce any shared public street parking. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I know you spoke already. Are we allowed to do a second proxy? Pat?
Chair, so no. So typically, each per one individual, irrespective of if they're speaking on behalf of themselves or their neighbor, because then, of course, you could get one person speaking for 30 people.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Sorry.
There's anyway, we've heard, you got the park.
If you had an alternate, he's welcome to read it, but unfortunately you cannot.
Chair, let me also add this. If this was a letter that was also emailed to us, please note that it's already part of the record. So reading it will just kind of, you're more than welcome to have it passed off. But if it was emailed to us, we received it and it's part of the record.
Thank you. Okay. So, any other speakers? Seeing none, I return to the applicant for rebuttal. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So it's very important to note that all of these neighbors, and in fact, pretty much everyone in town has a 2-car garage. 2-car garage means a 2-car driveway. A 1-car garage, which is what this project started with, actually a non-conforming garage, because it didn't have the turning radius, had a 1-car garage, but that garage was not code compliant. Now, we tried a 1-car garage and not to widen the driveway. That didn't work. We tried a tandem to try to keep the driveway thin as it was. That no one liked that. So now here we are trying to proposing a 2-car garage just like everyone else has. 1 garage right next to each other. It's going to widen the driveway. It's going to take away some, not entire space, but some parking. So people are forgetting that their own driveways are just as wide as ours are. Right now, with this proposal, the entire project is 100% code compliant. It's got 2-car parking, which is required. It's got the demolition calculations underneath the threshold, which is required. There's nothing special about this project. What's bugging people is an ADU and a JEDU, which are legal, and they're not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about parking. That's where we are. Neighborhood compatibility. It's fully neighborhood compatible because it's got parking just like everyone else does. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Okay, do we have any questions of the applicant team or any members of the public or the staff?
Yes, I have a question. I'd like you to me, there's an inconsistency in the plans regarding the deck that on the 2nd level that goes out, and there's some privacy concerns there. And I'm seeing, a rail that goes out further than what we had discussed as far as a catwalk. The rail goes out on A303. Let me look at the number.
Can we pull up that sheet? Thank you.
Yeah, it goes up like 4.5 feet, something like that.
Because I don't have
You know,
access.
4.5 feet or something like that, rather than like the 2 feet. So, and when I was out there, there were story poles that basically extended that deck. So not just the railing, but also on some plans, there's a cover, on some plans, there's not a cover. It's not clear how far out, anyway, please explain that decking piece to me.
Yes. So at one point we were proposing, let me just back up. There's an existing catwalk that goes across the front. At one point we were proposing to push that out the entire way of the entire width of the house. That bothered the southerly neighbor. We agreed not to push that deck out on both sides, on the southerly and the northerly, just to push it out in the middle. So to retain the catwalk as it is, in fact, cut it back away about 2 feet from that southerly neighbor.
Warren, didn't we also have a privacy screen on both sides?
That was never conditioned.
Right, of course.
Yeah,
But
the
we-
reason, just so it's clear,
Yeah.
the reason we had it pushed back was because with it coming all the way out, if you looked around, you can see into Lewandowski's bathroom. And by pulling it in, which is what you did here, it removed that.
Correct.
That's the whole reason why, and Debbie, you weren't here then, but that was the reason why so that we all wanted that deck pulled back so you couldn't look in. And so what Warren did is he had it jet out where it can't look back in the Lewandowski's house.
So I just need the sheet that shows me exactly the dimensions.
Yeah, that's Kate, it's the staking plan.
You don't have a plan showing the dimensions of your deck?
Yeah, it's the staking plan. Yeah, there is, I was just thinking that would show it the best. But it would be the floor plan, the middle floor plan?
It's a pretty thin deck there before it jets out.
Yeah, it's less, it's
like 2 feet.
2 feet, it's not enough,
Yeah.
you can't put a chair there.
It's 2 feet, and I thought you had it story poled,
Yeah, it is,
because I went back there and looked.
yeah.
So is that portion jetting out in the center?
In the
Just
center.
Yes.
Just the center?
Yeah.
So he has a little room.
So I mean, if in theory, if someone could, standing on that portion, could they look?
No, because the house, Lewandowski's house is kind of behind. So
Okay.
even to look at it on the right-hand side, you'd have to lean over and look
You'd have to
back.
crane,
Got
you
it.
could, but this way you can't.
Yeah, you
And-
can't. Oh.
Yeah, and if they want a privacy screen, we're happy to do that.
Okay, thank you, Warren.
I don't
Any
think
other
I
questions?
personally don't think you need it, but
Okay, so see that shows, well, I guess it can zigzag, but to me, this shows that it goes all the way across.
it does go 2 feet and then jets out in the middle and then 2 feet all the way across. So it does go all the way across. Look at
So
the,
it wasn't.
see, look
pulled
at the
in.
left side, Debbie. It shows it going all the way across where it says deck, and then where it says deck and below where the
Can you
red line
zoom in to the
is
east
where it jets
elevation
out.
gate?
Okay, so the east elevation, see what's confusing? What's
So a
confusing?
portion of it, that's up.
I understand
Yeah.
that this is a side elevation. I understand. I understand, Tom. But what I'm saying is the 2.4 feet is the catwalk,
Yes,
and that goes from the edge of the building, how many feet toward the center?
I should say that I think it's 7 feet.
7 feet before it jets out.
Yeah,
Then, and there's no cover above it.
there's a cover right now. Now, that cover,
No,
yeah, that cover,
It's a cover under the upper level footprint. So it's-
yeah, it's not that, this isn't,
yeah, that covered,
Yeah. And then and then the part that's jetting out, there's no cover. I don't believe
That's
it.
correct.
There's no cover over that, the part that's jetting out.
It's currently
It's,
not
it's like a
shown.
little, it's like an eyebrow that,
The eyebrow is
that-
not shown.
yeah,
The eyebrow is not shown on any of these.
yeah. That eyebrow comes off, doesn't it?
Yeah. See right there?
Yeah.
That shows it really good, that lower left one.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
See,
There's
see,
no
on this
eyebrow.
one, it doesn't show any kind of eyebrow, but on that east elevation, it shows that there's something. Right?
No, there's no cover.
There's no cover over it.
So
So that right there,
So in this one, there's no cover, but if you go back to the as-built, the old unpermitted deck from the previous owners, that was like a rooftop underneath, and then they built a patio on top of that. And that roof jets out and currently may be covering that little area, that catwalk right now. But when we do the demo of that particular roof, it'll remove that overhang, and so that entire catwalk and that little jettison will have no cover. It'll
So,
look just like the
so the cover that's there, that's shown there now is from the previous house.
that's correct.
So that's going to be demolished.
Yes,
And is that in the calcs?
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Kate, that's a question.
That's a Kate
Was that
question for
included in the calcs for the demo, being that we're?
Yeah, there's an overhang on the deck,
There's
or
an
on the
overhang
catwalk.
evidently on
If you
the,
take a look at AS 302, and the overhang doesn't appear to be hatched.
Leave
It is sheet 17 of 32.
I think you would, yeah, what would it be considered, like an old eave that used to be there from an illegal,
it's
From
not
unpermitted
hatched.
deck that
from
But
an
hey,
unpermitted deck?
Yeah, well, let's see here what Kate has to say. Thanks, board.
Yeah, sure.
The roof demolition is only what is shown in this pink area.
Yeah. So there were some unpermitted roofs there that were removed because they were illegal, so they didn't exist.
Right,
How
right.
can you count them if they're illegal roofs?
Well, it's existing
Wouldn't they
demo.
have been part of your as-builds?
Yeah,
Which they are.
yeah, they are. Kate, if you could, let's take the time to
I mean, let's
quantify
take a
the square
quick-
footage of that eve. And let's see where that puts us with percentage. I think it's important for this.
Do we know what the size of that eve is? Is it even on it's on the as-built?
Yes, AS 302.
What's the square footage of it?
Let's just do a quick takeoff on
Can I
that.
see
This guy.
Yeah.
Does it give it?
So important is because it changes the classification of the approval or even the noticing and everything else that's involved with this project.
Yeah, yeah, Louis, you're spot on. Let's see what comes up with. Yeah.
Right. To clarify, it's this eve, right?
You sure that wasn't included in? You sure that was not included in? It seems to me if it was part of the as-built, they would have included.
Hey, I could show you which one I'm referring to.
And now, hang on, Kate, yeah, maybe,
Kate, why don't you
yeah, Kate,
show
can
it to
you,
me?
can you put it up on the screen just for the record so everyone? And take your time.
We're talking about this area, correct?
That's the area.
Correct.
So would that, I don't know that it's clearly shown on these plans. Would it be,
Well, can we take a dimension off of that face of the existing?
Before we do that, I have a question, which is, why would we think just that portion was not included when it's part of a bigger roof?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me that we can measure it, but how do we know it wasn't considered before?
Well, it's continuous across the entire rear of the property, and
Right.
it looks like it was omitted
How does it look like it was omitted?
Building the deck.
because it's not shown.
We're building the deck all the way up to the edge, so it has to be calculated. So if you look at the shaded area in red, that's where all of that is, and then that deck is taking over that entire spot.
Well,
But I think what he's saying is,
And it hasn't been removed yet. Sorry.
Yeah, can't we determine what part of that roof was calculated as part of the demo? I mean, that should be in the demo plan. Is this the demo plan?
No, I think that's existing.
well, the roof to be demoed is only showing a partial roof to be demoed. That eyebrow detail continues across the entire rear face, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now, and you know, this is not rhetorical, you know that
I just
that
asked
wasn't
him.
included? It
That's
was
shown-
not
It is
included?
not shown on this demo plan for the pink cloud.
And it is still there as we speak.
Correct.
Wait, is
Still
this-
exists.
is this the demo plan right here?
Yeah, on this side, it would be shown on the perimeter going across the whole way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, it doesn't, well, wait a minute. Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be. It's not supposed to be.
it's not showing, isn't this it right here? You see where it is, right here? Goes
Yeah.
across and then it goes up here.
That's not supposed to be demoed in our proposal. That eyebrow, if it's still there, like, it's still there, but we're not touching it. The windows on the other side are going right above it. The windows on the middle level are going right underneath it.
Okay, so the eyebrow remains, although the details that are shown on in the elevations and also on the renderings are incorrectly shown. Is that my understanding?
Because the rendering doesn't have the eyebrow.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Louis,
can amend that.
did you catch that?
So it can be conditioned to remain if we need to. It does not pose a view blockage. It does not need to be staked.
Now let's go to sheet A302 again.
is this the correct sheet?
Yeah, yes, Kate, if, that's the demo sheet. So what's that dimension there that you have roughly?
This one right here?
2 feet 9?
When I run the calc for this depth with the length
Right.
of the roof, it's about 121.68.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking for the length of it because they're indicating that they'd like for it to remain. So I see 2 feet 9 inches. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
So let's take that and project it into the allowed projection, the 3'2" shown on the east elevation. Let's take a 2 foot 9 measure on sheet A302 on sheet 20 of 32.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Sheet 20 of 32.
Sheet 20.
Yeah. All right, so take a straight line off of the face of the house at the eave height to 2 feet 9. So just off of the at the
Just
top,
below
at
the
the
deck.
top, yeah, just below the deck, just below the upper deck.
Yeah, it fits.
Not that location, further up,
Wait,
further up,
up?
right there.
There
Yeah.
you go.
So measure across to 2 foot 9.
This direction?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you're in good shape then. If that were to remain, it doesn't look like it would be a projection into the rear setback. So as of now, that awning remains per the owner. Any other questions by the board?
So the one below it, that projection.
That's not there. What is that
That's
projection?
eliminated. That would have been proposed, so that would be eliminated?
That's
Warren, why is it there?
the
What
2
is
foot
that?
9.
Why is what there?
The projection.
moved in the drawings.
Right there on the upper screen.
Yeah.
Coming out, what is that?
You mean where it says allowed projection?
Yeah, where the
That's the
J,
amount.
where the J and the E is, that
Yeah,
goes out.
that's the amount that is allowed to
No,
project.
there looks like something that goes to the left of that. What is that? Or is that a,
Just
what
the
is-
railing. Yeah.
That's the railing?
Yep.
So that's
Yeah.
the railing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so the
correct.
railing is within the allowed projection.
So that was 42 inches. Okay, so that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, any
That
other
makes
board
sense.
members have any other questions?
So that's a 42-inch
High
That's a
rail.
42
height
inch
for the,
railing.
so that's the railing.
Yes.
Okay, so the railing then, so, because I realize it's only gonna be 2.4 to whatever, to the middle section, and then it's gonna go out 2 more feet, and then that, and then
That's
back in.
correct.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I think we got it. I don't have
think
any
we
other
got it.
questions.
Louis, any questions?
Glad we got to the bottom of that. That's important.
Yes.
But I'm good.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and we're going to start with board deliberations. Debbie?
You, okay. Okay, so I have a lot of confusion about this project, so, and I don't have the benefit that you guys have of the previous hearings, but I did speak to Warren, I spoke with the neighbors. I have concerns regarding certainly being so close to the calculations of a major remodel. And I want to be clear, if this is approved, that if there's any additional demolition, planned or unplanned, because, as you guys were building the ADU, it was an unplanned, I understand that, but that it would absolutely, the full project would come back to us, number one. The staking, and after speaking with Warren, I had a lot of concern about that particular deck that we just spent so much time on because of the privacy issues. And so I want to be sure, because the staking out there, and I mean, the story poles out there do not reflect what we had just discussed. So I want to be sure, because story poles have a lot of weight when it comes to building, that, and I won't ask you to restake it because we're at the end here, but I think that that needs to be very, very clear as far as what that deck is, and that the story poles, it's noted that the story poles do not reflect our discussion tonight. I've asked you to remove the windows in the garage, all windows in the garage, any garage, all the garages, and particularly for the privacy of the south neighbor. And there's light, and I have concern for light issues. And so I know that you are required by code to have one light on the garage. I know you have two, and it looks aesthetic and all that, but the one that's closest to that downhill neighbor, there's a bedroom right there, and I want that one removed. So you could have one on the opposite side of that particular garage. And then the other garage goes out further, and again, the one that's closest to the downhill side, I would like that light removed, and then just have one on the other side, so that you're within code there. So those two lights. Let me just look here. I had, let's see. Those are the key things, in addition to the whole decking issue that I saw. And I think with regard to I know that there was a lot of discussion and a lot of in a lot of the correspondence, there's a lot of discussion regarding the public parking space. And I think that, that is such a hairpin curve. I know that some of that curbing is going to go away. How much curbing do you know offhand?
I believe the driveway is going to be 16 feet wide because it's two 8-foot garages plus or minus.
So it's a full.
That's,
One
Yeah,
was already.
Yes.
So it's about 8 feet.
Yeah, it's about 8 more feet.
So about 8 more feet.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah, and
about-
there was a driveway there
Yeah,
on that side.
exactly.
before.
I saw that before. Anyway, I think it's more important to have as much off-street parking as possible with that hairpin curve. So I can support the garages. I think that you need that. Hopefully it will be used because the tandem piece and the backup and all of that, I think that's in compliance. And I think those are my key issues.
thank you, Debbie. Louis?
Yeah, obviously this is a complicated project. Staff, Kate, I really appreciate all of your hard work to really understand the history of this project and really try to articulate kind of the progression of it and the concerns of the demo calc. I follow what you're saying and I really appreciate it. But under the current information that we have, I want to address a couple other things too. A lot of comments from the public regarding, the triplex that's on the site. Unfortunately, when most of those neighbors did their homes, these laws and that are current in our books for ADUs and JADUs weren't available to you guys, and they are creating a dynamic that every one of those neighbors can do the same thing and add the same kind of square footage and turn their own home, regardless of where it is, into a triplex. That's just some of the laws that we are governed on right now. So my understanding is there was an ADU and a JADU already approved. Regardless of where the project goes, there will be a triplex associated with this site. And for the purposes of the discussions tonight, we're really trying to determine that the main structure of the house, which secondarily to the permits of the ADU and the JADU, were coming for revisions and expansions. Thus, the nonconformities of the removal of those garages would technically be required for that expansion to some degree, which is why the applicants provided the parking. And I think that's really what they've done now is really in line with where this project and the main structure need to fit to be within the design review scope. As far as the curb cut expanding, I hear what the neighbors are saying, but to deprive a homeowner, a 2-car driveway access on this street where a majority of the homes have a 2-car access point, I think would be unfair, or it would deprive this property owner the right of that enjoyment. And I do find it neighborhood compatible. As far as the lighting, I agree with Board Member Neve is in her determination for the garage lights. Outside of that, I don't know if we can do this. This is more of a question, I guess, for Patrick. I'd probably still be more comfortable that we put a condition that I requested from the first hearing is that, prior to a permit being issued, that a third-party civil engineer does an independent review of the demo calcs to make sure that the application that was before us tonight was accurate. The continual evolution in the questions, I think that's a requirement I'd need in the conditions if appropriate. So with
you,
that
Louis.
said, I can be supportive of the project.
Thank you, Louis. MJ?
Oh, shoot.
Can we go to Tom? Tom? Okay.
Yeah, Yeah, first, there is a misconception here that Lewis touched on for the neighbors. We can't say no to the ADU or the JADU. One, it's been approved already, and two is that we have limited authority over them. Our goal here was to provide as much parking as we could, so that it wouldn't have the impact on the neighborhood from having the three, potential units. There's a lot of problems with the ADU law. You should be writing letters to the state because they're forcing this down our throat. And it creates, most often it doesn't, but sometimes it creates real problems on a tight street with tight parking. So we have to take the JADU and the ADU as a given. So the question then is what kind of parking? The parking down below just is not feasible. One is it is not legal. And two is it wouldn't, it's just not a feasible parking in this situation. It was always, I think, the goal of the board to get off-street parking. And I appreciate, and I told you guys this, I appreciated you putting in a second garage. It's true that it takes away 8 feet, but there's still parking up the street. I looked at that. But the house that's next up the street has a 2-car garage right on the street, and that's closer to the hairpin turn. I echo Lewis's comment that it would be grossly unfair to say, hey, you're entitled to 3 units, but you're only entitled to a 1-car garage, when everybody else or a lot of people have 2-car garage up and down that street. So I think that the 2-car garage is neighborhood compatible. The fact that it eliminates partial public parking is not a consideration that overrides the right to a 2-car garage. 2-car garage is screaming for this project, as well as the tandem parking, which is an added bonus I think when that place is filled, there are going to be 3 cars parking there, which is better than what was otherwise would happen. With respect to the second level deck, that was fixed up at the second hearing. I appreciate that. I think it took care of that concern. I concur with my colleagues about removing the windows on all the garages and the lighting as suggested by Board Member Neve.
I have to go eventually, I guess. Okay, well, this is basically what is it, a 4-pound bag of potatoes in a 1-pound bag. Always disappointing for me to see these kind of projects come before us. As a community member, I feel like this is a kind of an overreach on the lot size and the lot capabilities and taking advantage of the craziness of ADUs and JDUs. But that said, this is a choice that was made. This is what's before us, and I think the board up to this date has controlled as much as we can within the reality of the confines of our state laws. So with that said, you fulfilled the parking, and because of that, and because we have no control over the overall build size, based on the fact that we have shoehorned in an ADU and a JDU, I have to support the project tonight.
Thank you, MJ. I think the board members have come to consensus pertaining to no windows in the garage and lighting as suggested by Board Member Neve. One item that we should still address is the third-party civil engineer verification that Board Member Weil had suggested. Pat, do you have any?
So, Chair, yes, I do have some thoughts. And, obviously, Ms. Kazama and I believe my colleague to the right, Bill, did do a pretty deep dive into the calculations. I'm cognizant of the board's, whatever word you want to use, heartburn, consternation about it. But this kind of novel condition of approval, i.e. a third party to come in and check the work, which I kind of get the logic at that point. What I'm concerned about is from a process standpoint, and not just because of the novel condition. Hey, that's why you guys are up here. You guys may think of new ideas. Whether or not the applicant or the neighbors want to appeal something, to me, it just seems very funky that down the road, I have no idea who's going to do it, how long that's going to take. And, you know, the city has done its calculations. You guys as the board are the decision makers. All we can do is advise you. Let me reiterate, all I can do is advise you. If you do not feel comfortable in the numbers, I would advise you to go a different route than getting a third-party neutral come back as a condition of approval. Because where my mind always goes is the worst-case scenario, i.e. it is now 4.5 weeks or even 8 weeks down the road, and all of a sudden a calculation comes, or who knows, maybe city staff gets 2 or 3 of them, and now they're different, and now the applicant is left with, hey, I got an approval. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have appealed this. I would have went straight to city council and say, hey, this condition of approval is no good for whatever reason. I'm not making your argument for you. I'm not saying what the city council would do. And so that's what I fear. As I said before, all I can do is advise you. You guys are the city decision makers. But if there is serious concern and heartburn about those numbers, I don't think the appropriate way is for condition of approval of a neutral third party. That is just my advice.
Yeah, let me add one more point. That let's say it comes out different. Then there's a dispute. Then what do we get, another one? Does it come back to us and do we arbitrate between the ones?
Yeah.
It's just not
Doesn't
workable,
work for
guys.
Process, understood. Okay, so we'll scrap that. You know, one other thing I wanted to mention was just the balance of managing the ADU and JED processes that are handed down by the state. These are out of our purview for the most part, and I think the applicant took the advice of the board through these 3 hearings, and they came up with a program that solves some of those issues. It's not perfect, but again, the limitations of the board pertaining to the ADU and JEDU are very limited. So with that said, I could also approve this project tonight. Do we have a motion?
I'll make
Go
the
ahead.
motion. I think I have it. You may need it. Is it the lights just on the garage? Or is there any other?
Both garages.
Right, both garage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I move that the board adopt design review 2025-2075 for 490 Hillage Drive and find the project exempt pursuant to CEQA. What CEQA section are you, which one, 15303?
15301.
301, 15301, with the following conditions. One, that all the windows from both garages be removed. And 2, that the downhill light on the front of both garages, just the one downhill light on both garages, be removed. That got it?
That has that. And then there was the addition on the plans that Chair added,
The eyebrow
the eyebrow.
to remain as is on the
Okay.
level above the
catwalk deck.
catwalk deck.
Okay, so that I incorporated into my motion.
That, and does it, if any additional demolition is discovered, can we condition that it come back to the board, or is that automatic?
Yeah, so I mean, once again, I would say that the extra demolition must push them over the limit. So
Right.
there could be probably a 1 square foot, yes.
And we can make that a condition?
You can make that a condition if that.
So if there's extra demo after, the day of this hearing, during construction, that pushes it over the 50% threshold for a major remodel, construction must stop and it must return to the design review board. That good?
I'll second that.
Paula, call the roll.
Can I ask a question?
Go
I know
ahead, Melissa.
I heard Patrick regarding my condition. I think what comes to mind and where that was coming from, and I just want to give some context. Like, this has happened to us in my tenure for a couple of projects on the coastal side, where the demo, like the projects out in Viking and projects on Anita, the Mike Gray,
Right.
Where
Michael Ray.
Mike Gray, where the demos were, it was undercalc for us, and then Coastal Commission, when it goes there, they require their own independent study, and then all of a sudden it's a major remodel. So I think it's not coming from an unorthodox,
No, it's not.
or an unprecedented dynamic. Pat,
No, yet, oh, and so I just want to be sure that the idea of a novel condition of approval was not one I opposed. This one, and once again, you guys are the decision makers, not me. This was an issue that was, from my perspective, fleshed out to the best of staff's ability. And so this is not, and I totally understand, I'm totally cognizant of, hey, maybe past the issue wasn't focused or no one really asked the question. Sure enough, it goes to coastal and look, we're kind of blindsided. From what I can understand, staff, they looked head on at this issue. If you guys don't have to agree with that, but as I said before, I just have grave concerns. As I believe Chair Gibbs made the point, excuse me, Board Member Gibbs made the point the best, that
Ex-chair.
that if we have a
Formerly
dispute
chair.
and that comes to our office and my desk, I really don't have a good answer of how to.
When you floated Bill's name, I think we were all on board with it, so
Okay.
we're good with it.
We'll let Bill
okay.
be-
If the rest of you guys are good with it, I can go along. I just, there's, a gray area that I've been uncomfortable with the dynamics. I do recognize that Kate's done a fantastic job trying to catch every little thing.
When this issue came up, particularly when I understood it at the second hearing, my thought, and I thought all of us, was to have the staff review it very carefully. They've done that. Everybody, humans are not perfect, but it's just, if there was a simple way we could just put it into AI and was 100% accurate, we could do it tonight, maybe. But yeah, it's just not workable. So I could not support that condition.
So we had a motion, and we had a second. Do we need any amendments?
Nope.
No, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Louis. Paolo, call the roll, please.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Gibbs,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Neve,
Yes.
Chair Belta.
Yes,
Motion has passed 5-0.
congratulations.
Thank you all very,
You
very
guys.
much.
Moving on to other business. Look forward to serving with everyone here. And Bill?
Sorry, I do have one item for the board. Wanted to draw your attention that there is a joint special meeting happening on May 26th, 2025. It'll be a joint meeting of the DRB, the Planning Commission, and the City Council in these chambers at 3 p.m. It'll be for 2 hours until 5 p.m. And it's to go over some of the objective design standards. So it's kind of a continuation of a previous joint meeting that you had back in the summertime, I believe. So we're looking forward to seeing all of you there. If you wouldn't mind, maybe over the course of the next few days, just emailing me and confirming your attendance so we can make proper seating arrangements for everybody. It'll be a packed house, but keep that in mind.
Bill, there was a bunch of, sorry, pertaining to that meeting, prior to last meeting, there was a bunch of like pre-prep to the meeting. Do you know if they're gonna have like a established agenda with like backup docs, or is it
Yes,
just?
I believe that's the intent, is to
Okay.
provide an agenda for you to review in advance of that meeting.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Bill. This meeting is adjourned. The next regularly scheduled design board meeting is scheduled for May 14th at 5 p.m. Thank you.